everyone, welcome to mindbraintalks, the channel where you find diverse and scientifically accurate information regarding psychology, psychotherapy, neuropsychology and neurosciences every single week. My name is Bruno Faustino. I am a licensed clinical psychologist and neuropsychologist who's been working as a therapist, researcher and invited lecturer for the past few years. Here I discuss and describe different topics, approaches and research findings regarding psychology and neurosciences the best as I can for you to understand it and for you to learn something about it. All videos here are just for educational purposes and it's not intended to diagnose any psychiatric condition or neurological disorder. Now, without further delay, let's jump for today's content. So, today's theme is focused on psychology. What is psychology? What does it study? How can it be applied in daily life? These are some questions I will try to answer with this video and I hope it will be very useful to you. This video will be divided into two different ones. When I started to edit it, I saw that it has already 2 minutes long, so I think it was better to divide it into two separate videos. The first video, it will be more focused on the classical approach to psychology. We will look to William James, Wundt, Freud and other perspectives that were a fundamental basis to the development of the scientific psychology. The second part, it will be more focused on the contemporary psychology, such as cognitive approach and cognitive development. So, according to APA, American Psychological Association, psychology is the scientific study of mental processes, the mind and behavior. Despite its complexity, psychology is a very recent science, with most advances happening in the past 150 years. However, its origins may be traced to ancient Greece about 400 and 500 BC. In that time, the emphasis was on philosophical questions, with thinkers such as Socrates, Plato and Aristotle. Curiously, philosophers used to discuss in that time many topics now studied by modern psychology, such as memory, free will, nature or attraction. Now I will describe the journey that psychology has done through the years from a subfield of philosophy to a scientific field on its own. So, psychology was a subfield of philosophy till the 19th century. However, William Wundt established the first psychological laboratory in Leipzig in 1879. He was a pioneer and attracted a large number of students from different parts of the world who started expanding the discipline. Gradually, the study of psychology was organized around certain schools of thought. The main schools of thought were structuralism, functionalism, behaviorism, psychoanalytic theory, gestalt and cognitive approach. However, let's go back a little bit. In the early days of psychology, there were two dominant theoretical perspectives regarding how the world worked, such as structuralism and functionalism. Structuralism was the name given to the approach pioneered by William Wundt, which focused on breaking down mental processes into the most basic components. The term originated from Edward Titchener, an American psychologist who had been trained by Wundt. Wundt was important because he separated psychology from philosophy by analyzing the workings of the mind in a more structured way, with the emphasis being on objective measurement and control. Structuralism relied on trained introspection, a research method whereby subjects report what was going on in their minds while performing a certain task. However, introspection proved to be an unreliable method because there was too much individual variation on research subjects. Different subjects report different experiences, therefore it was impossible to compare them because of their differences. Despite the failure of introspection, Wundt is an important figure in the story of psychology as he opened the first laboratory dedicated to psychology in 1879. And its opening is usually thought to be the beginning of the experimental psychology. Wundt was a very important person in the development of psychology. However, we can find other researchers that are as well as important as William Wundt. An American psychologist named William James developed an approach which came to be known as functionalism. William James argued that the mind is always changing and it's pointless to look for the structure of the conscious experience. Rather, he proposed that the focus should be on how and why an organism does something. For instance, what are the causes of behavior? Or what are the functions of that specific behavior? James suggested that psychology should look to the underlying cause of behavior and mental processes, and his emphasis should be on the consequences and the causes of behavior. As you can see, here is the fundamentals of behaviorism. So, structuralism and functionalism have been replaced by several dominant, influential approaches to psychology, each one underpinned by a shared set of assumptions of what people are like or what is important to study and how to study it. Freud believed that understanding the unconscious mind was critical to understand conscious behavior. This was especially true for individuals that he saw who suffered from various histories and neuroses. Freud relied on dream analysis, slips of tongue, and free association. However, many psychologists were not satisfied by Freud's approach. Therefore, a movement called behaviorism starts to develop. Behaviorism focused on strategies that were based on controlled laboratory experiments and rejection of the unseen, of the unconscious forces as causes of behavior. Names as Pavlov, Watson, Skinner were the fathers of behaviorism. It was on this approach that the principles of learning were developed. Behaviorism is largely responsible for establishing psychology as a scientific discipline through its methods of experimentation and empirical findings. Another important psychological approach that was developed was Gestalt approach. Max Wertheimer was the main psychologist of this field. Gestalt psychologists focus on the whole instead of the sum of the parts. Wertheimer stated that the whole is often what the individual responds to its perception. Gestalt psychologist deals with the fact that although a sensory experience can be broken down into individual parts, but how those parts relate to each other as a whole is often what the individual responds to in perception. So, after behaviorism, Carl Rogers coined an approach named humanistic psychology. He stated that the subjective experience and personal growth were key features to understand human development. According to the humanistic perspective, the subjective experiences and interpretations are important to determine the course of their actions. Theories must be useful not only for understanding people, but also for understanding one's own life and one's own self-actualization. However, in the 60s, another revolution starts to emerge. This revolution is called the Cognitive Revolution. Cognitive Revolution started in the 60s and adopted a scientific approach, a lab-based scientific approach to memory, perception, cognitive development, mental illness, and much more. The cognitive perspective was focused on mental processes such as memory, attention, decision-making, and which mental instances were responsible for cognitive processing. So, as you can see, psychology is a scientific discipline that studies human mind, human processes, and overt behavior, and was very influential because of different theoretical approaches that were the main fundamentals of this scientific discipline. Psychology uses the scientific method to study memory, cognition, behavior, personality, psychopathology, and so forth. So, contemporary psychology has different branches, and these branches will be targets of future videos. So please stay tuned if you want to know more about these scientific branches of psychology, such as clinical psychology, psychotherapy, developmental psychology, psychopathology, or cognitive neurosciences. Psychology became a scientific field because of the contributions of all of these theoretical approaches. And now let's just summarize the contents of today. Wundt was a structuralist, which meant that he believed that our cognitive experience was best understood by breaking down experience into different parts. William James was the proponent of functionalism. His particular perspective focused on how mental activities served as adaptive responses to an organism environment. Like Wundt, James also relied on introspection. However, his research approach has incorporated more objective measures as well. Freud's psychoanalysis was the original psychodynamic theory, but psychodynamic approaches had different authors such as Jung, Adler, and Erikson. Psychoanalytic theory remained a dominant force in clinical psychology for several decades. Gestalt psychology was very influential in Europe. Gestalt psychology takes a holist view of an individual and his experiences. Werthmeyer, Koffer, and Kohler immigrated to United States, and they start their laboratory studies, which were very important to this kind of approach. Some of principles of Gestalt psychology are still very influential in the study of sensation and perception. Behaviorism was focused on making psychology an objective science by studying overt behavior and emphasizing the importance of unobservable mental processes. John Watson is often considered the father of behaviorism, and Skinner contributes to the understanding of principles of operant condition cannot be underestimated. The humanistic approach is focused on self-actualization and on human principles. Maslow and Rogers were very influential in shaping humanistic psychology. So, in the 1960s, the cognitive revolution has changed psychology forever by focused on the cognitive processes underlying information processing. Well, it's all for today. Don't forget to check the video description to see the references regarding today's theme. Before we go, I would like to know what you think about all of this. So, use the comment section below to express your mind. Also, if you find these contents useful, please leave a like and consider to subscribe and hit the bell button for notifications. Welcome to Mind Brain Talks, and I hope to see you in the next video. Bye! Welcome to Mind Brain Talks, the place where you find diverse and scientifically accurate information related to psychology, psychotherapy, neuropsychology, neurosciences, and research methods every single week. My name is Bruno Faustino. I am a licensed clinical psychologist and neuropsychologist who's been working as a therapist, researcher, and educator for the past few years. Here, I discuss and talk about different topics related to psychology and neurosciences and try to explain it the best as I can for you to understand it. All videos here are just for educational purposes, and it's not intended to diagnose any psychiatric condition or neurological disorder. Without further delay, let's jump for today's content. So, this is the second video of the theme related to what is psychology. In the first video, we looked to classical approaches such as psychoanalysis and structuralism, and we saw how them shaped psychology to the scientific discipline that is today. In this video, we will be more focused on the contemporary approach, when we look to constructivism and cognitive development as the contemporary basis for the scientific psychology. Nowadays, there are lots of different psychological perspectives, and psychology continues to evolve every single day. In this video, I will try to summarize some of them. I will describe to you what is biological psychology, or what is cognitive psychology, or even personality psychology. The other approaches, it will be discussed and described in future videos. Biological psychology considers the human beings as nothing but a biological structure. This view prefers analysis of complex phenomena in terms of smaller unities. It has revealed the mysteries of brain function, and studies on behavior tend to be analyzed by neuroscience methods. This view of psychology is also rooted in evolutionary psychology. However, this connection will also be discussed in future videos. Another very important approach in psychology is the constructivism psychology. Piaget was the main author that stems from this approach, and he developed the notion of theories of cognitive development. They think that humans develop meaningful understanding of their experiences, and this is the base for the way how they see the world. The constructivist psychology theorize and study how human beings create systems to understand their experiences and their worldview. Piaget's approach to constructivism was further developed in the theories of cognitive development. As discussed in the previous video, cognitive psychology was based on a revolution that changed psychology forever. Cognitive psychology is the area of psychology that focuses on studying cognitions and thoughts and their relationship to our experiences and our actions. In nowadays, this led to some coin the term of cognitive science to describe the interdisciplinary nature of this area of research. Cognitive psychologists have research interests that span a spectrum of topics, ranging from attention to problem solving to language, memory, and psychopathology. Also, the approaches used to study these psychological domains are equally diverse, such as experimental settings, fMRI, or EEG. As mentioned in the previous video, the cognitive revolution created an impetus for psychologists to focus their attention on better understanding the mind and mental processes that underlie behavior. Like biological psychology, cognitive psychology is broad in scope and involves different areas and sub-areas that range disciplines, backgrounds that led to developments of every kinds of interdisciplinary area. Cognitive psychology, it's not only important in the psychological fields, but it's also important in psychotherapy, because there are lots of schools of psychotherapy that are based on cognitive psychology processes. Principal theory that it's based on the cognitive psychology is cognitive behavior therapy. So, as you may see, psychology has different fields and had different classical theories that stem the way how psychology evolved to a scientific field. What is important to know is that psychology is a scientific discipline that evolved from classical approaches to contemporary approaches. We can think about personality psychology, clinical psychology, organizational psychology, or even educational psychology. Personality psychology focuses on patterns of thoughts and behaviors that make each individual unique. More recently, the study of personality has taken a more quantitative approach. Rather than explaining how personality arises, research is focused on identifying personality traits. Personality traits are relatively consistent patterns of thought and behavior, and many have proposed that 5 trait dimensions are enough to capture various personality domains. These dimensions are known as a Big 5 factor model and include dimensions such as consciousness, agreeableness, neuroticism, openness to experience, and extroversion. So now we may look to the main goals of psychology, and mainly we can find 4 main goals. So the first goal is describe. Psychology is aimed in describing behavior or cognition and to develop laws of human behavior. The second goal is to explain. Psychology is focused on explaining how behavior or how cognition influence human development and human relationships. The third main goal is to predict. Psychology aims to be able to predict future behavior from the findings of empirical research. And the last one is the change. Psychology is also focused in describing, explaining, and change behaviors that may be maladaptive or may be not adaptive. Now we can answer to the question, is psychology a science? Psychology is a science because it has a vast body of classical and contemporary theories and literature who supports the paradigm of psychology. Psychology is a science because it shares principles with other scientific fields such as sociology, neurosciences, or even medicine. Psychology is a science because it applies the scientific method to the study of mental processes and behavior. Also, psychology is a science because it applies different methods to study emotion, cognition, and behavior. These methods are based in qualitative approach and quantitative approach. And psychology is a science because it relies on statistical analysis to explore the effects between the variables under study. Moreover, we can see how psychology may be applied in daily life. Psychology is the study of human mental process, and this mental process may be applied to communication, to relationships, which is a fundamental aspect of human life. Also, psychology may be applied to education, motivation, and behavior. Also, psychology may be applied to environmental policy. Psychology is also applied to the development of psychopathology and to the maintenance of mental health. And psychology is also applied in the study of efficacy studies of different therapeutic approaches. And now let's just summarize all the contents that were described here today. Psychology is a diverse discipline and it's made of several major subdivisions. Biological psychology involves the study of biological basis of behavior. Cognitive psychology is concerned with the transformation into the perceptual experiences around the world. Cognitive psychology is concerned with the relationship that exists between thought and behavior, and developmental psychologists study the physical and cognitive changes that occur through one's lifespan. We can identify four main goals: to describe, to explain, to predict, and to change. Psychology is a science because it has a strong body of theories and empirical findings and share principles with other related scientific fields. Also, it relies on statistical analysis to support their evidences. And finally, psychology is applied in daily life in areas such as education, environment, mental health, and so forth. It is safe to say that there are lots of things that I did not cover in these two videos. So if you want to know more, please stay tuned to see these future topics described and discussed here in mindbraintalks. Well, it's all for today. Don't forget to see the video description to look to the references regarding today's theme. But before we go, I would like to know what you think about all of this. So, use the comment section below to express your mind and say what you think about these themes. Also, if you find these contents useful, leave a like and consider to subscribe, hitting the bell for notifications. Welcome to Mind Brain Talks, and I hope to see you in the next video. Bye! Hello everyone, welcome to Mind Brain Talks, the place where you find diverse and scientifically accurate information related to psychology, psychotherapy, neuropsychology, neurosciences and research methods every single week. My name is Bruno Faustino. I am a licensed clinical psychologist and neuropsychologist who's been working as a therapist, researcher and educator for the past few years. In Mind Brain Talks, I describe and discuss different themes related to psychology and neurosciences and try to describe it the best as I can for you to understand and to learn something about it. So, without further delay, let's jump for today's content. So today I will talk about the concept of emotion regulation. This concept is a very important concept in psychotherapy and psychology because it's the concept that postulates how humans or how individuals are able to regulate or modulate their emotions. Emotion regulation, it's a human ability and it's very important in everyday life. But let's see how it could be defined. Also, this video it will be framed in the category of theories and concepts. So let's see what is emotion regulation. Emotion regulation is the ability to respond to the ongoing demands of experience with a wide range of emotions. It's the ability to respond to the ongoing demands in a way that is socially acceptable or tolerable. This is a very complex process that involves initiating, inhibiting and modulating one's state or behavior in a given situation. For example, subjective experience of anger in a discussion or subjective sadness in a loss. Thus, emotion regulation is a highly significant ability in daily human life. And generally speaking, there is emotion dysregulation that is defined as the difficulties in controlling or the difficulties in emotional regulation. Emotion dysregulation may be seen as the lack of ability to regulate or to modulate emotions. This lack of this ability is highly correlated or highly associated with psychopathological symptoms such as anxiety, depression or interpersonal reactivity. There are lots of psychologists that look to emotional regulation from a different lens. However, Gross is a preeminent author and it's one of the greatest theories based on emotion regulation. He has a theory on the process model. The process model of emotion regulation is based upon a model of emotion. The process model of emotion regulation suggests that emotion generation processes occur in a particular sequence over time. The situation that triggers an emotion. Individuals pay attention to the emotion and there is an appraisal based on this attention. Then there is an emotional response that is generated by giving rise to different sensory modalities such as experiential, behavior or physiological systems. Because of an emotional response, it depends on different individuals. This model involves a feedback loop from situation to emotion generation. From this conceptualization, this process model have 5 different modalities in emotion regulation that respond to particular situations. They occur in the following order: 1. Situation selection, 2. Situation modification, 3. Attentional deployment, 4. Cognitive change, and 5. Response modulation. Also, this model divides the emotion regulation strategies into 2 broad categories: antecedent-focused and response-focused. Antecedent-focused strategies such as situation selection, situation modification, attentional deployment, and cognitive change occur before an emotional response is fully generated. Response-focused strategies such as response modulation occur after an emotional response is fully generated. So, as you may see, we may have some emotion regulation strategies that we may use before the emotion is triggered, or we may use another kind of emotion regulation strategies that may be activated or we may use when the emotion is fully generated. Emotion regulation strategies may also be divided into other broad categories. One category is situation selection and situation modification. Another category is attentional deployment. In attentional deployment, we may find strategies such as distraction, rumination, worry, or thought suppression. Another broad emotion regulation strategy is cognitive change. Here, we may find strategies such as reappraisal, distancing, and humor. Another broad category may be response modulation. Here we may find strategies such as expressive suppression, drug abuse, exercise or sleep. As you may see, there are lots of strategies that humans use to cope with emotion. However, there are lots of other strategies that were not listed here. In the future, I will look to them and describe the best as I can. Emotion regulation may also be seen as a developmental process. Emotion regulation efforts during infancy are believed to be guided primarily by innate physiological response systems. These systems usually manifest as an approach or avoidance of pleasant or unpleasant stimuli. Between 3 and 6 months, basic motor functioning and attentional mechanisms begin to play a role in emotion regulation, allowing infants to be more effectively approach or avoid emotional relevant stimuli. Infants may also engage in self-distraction and help-seeking behaviors for regulatory purposes. Later, the emotional regulation strategies employed by the caregivers may also be passed or also be learned by infant. The type of attachment style between caregiver and infant can therefore play a meaningful role in the regulatory strategies that infants may learn to use. By the end of the first year, toddlers begin to adopt new strategies to decrease negative stimuli. Strategies may be such as chewing an object or moving away from something that had upset them. At 2 years, toddlers can apply certain emotion regulation tactics to influence various emotional states. Emotion regulation knowledge becomes more substantial during childhood. For example, children aged 6 to 10 begin to understand display rules. They come to appreciate the context within certain emotional expressions that are socially accepted or not. For example, children may understand that upon receiving a gift they should display a smile instead of start to cry. During childhood, there is also a trend towards to use more cognitive emotion regulation strategies, such as taking the place of distraction, approach, and avoidance tactics. Also, regarding the development of emotion dysregulation in children, one finding suggests that children who are frequently exposed to negative emotion at home will be more likely to display and have more difficulties regulating high levels of negative emotion. In adolescence, individuals show a marked increase in their abilities to regulate their emotions. Emotion regulation becomes more complex depending on diverse and multiple factors. Additionally, teenagers have an exponential increase of cognitive emotion regulations because of the brain maturation. Finally, in adulthood, as people get older, their motivation to seek emotional meaning in life through social ties tends to increase. Autonomic responses decreases and emotion regulation skills tend to increase. It is important to know that emotion regulation is an ability that is developed through time, and many of the strategies that we use to regulate our emotions are learned in social interactions. In this sense, emotion regulation is a process that combines learned behaviors with brain development. Functional magnetic resonance imaging has allowed for the study of emotion regulation on a biological level. Especially, research over the last decade strongly suggests that there is a neural basis for emotion regulation. Research findings report that there is a correlation between emotion regulation and particular patterns of prefrontal activation. These regions include orbital prefrontal cortex, the ventromedial prefrontal cortex, and the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. Two additional brain structures that have been found to contribute to emotion regulation are the amygdala and the anterior cingulate cortex. An implication of these findings is that individual differences in prefrontal cortex activation may predict the ability to perform different tasks in respect to emotion regulation. Finally, now I will talk a little bit about emotion dysregulation, which is a very pervasive issue in psychopathology. There are lots of people who have psychiatric conditions that also suffer from emotion dysregulation. Individuals who suffer from emotion dysregulation tend to have a rise in psychological and emotional dysfunctions caused by traumatic experiences due to inability to regulate emotions. These traumatic experiences typically may happen in the grade school and are sometimes associated with bullying or victimization. Toxic early experiences tend to be correlated with emotion dysregulation or emotion regulational difficulties. Therefore, individuals who suffer from dysfunctional aspects during childhood and adolescence may be more vulnerable to have psychological symptoms or psychiatric conditions. Emotion regulation is all very important in psychotherapy because lots of schools of psychotherapy have different strategies to deal with emotion dysregulation. Approaches such as cognitive behavior therapy, dialectical behavior therapy, mindfulness-based therapy, or even emotion-focused therapy have different ways to regulate emotions. So now let's just summarize the contents of today. Emotion regulation is an ability to modulate or to regulate emotions. One prominent author, that is Gross, had developed a process model. This model has 5 stages such as situation selection, situation modification, attentional deployment, cognitive change and response modulation. We also saw that there is different categories and different kinds of emotion regulation strategies such as situation selection, attentional deployment, distraction, and is also a developmental process. Emotion regulation has a neurological basis which represents the maturation of the frontal cortex. We saw that emotion regulation is very important in psychotherapy, and emotion dysregulation tend to be associated or correlated with psychiatric or psychological conditions. Well, it's all for today. Don't forget to check the video's description to see the references list regarding today's theme. Before we go, I would like to know what you think about all of this. Use the comment sections below to express your thoughts and to express your mind. Also, if you find this content useful, leave a like and please consider to subscribe, hitting the bell for notifications. Welcome to Mind Brain Talks, and I hope to see you in the next video. Bye! Hello everyone, welcome to Mind Brain Talks, the place where you'll find diverse and scientifically accurate information regarding psychology, neuropsychology, neurosciences and research methods every single week. My name is Bruno Faustino. I am a licensed clinical psychologist and neuropsychologist who's been working as a therapist, researcher and educator for the past few years. Here, in Mind Brain Talks, I discuss and describe lots of topics, research findings and concepts from neurosciences to psychology, and I try to explain them the best as I can for you to understand and for you to know something more about it. All research here are just for educational purposes, and it's not intended to diagnose any psychiatric condition or neurological disorder. So, without further delay, let's jump for today's content. Today's theme is related to metacognition. What is metacognition? How can it be applied to different schools of psychology? And how can it be applied in clinical settings? This is some answers that I'll give to you in this video. This video, it will be framed in the category of concepts and theories. So now let's see what is metacognition. Metacognition is a human ability to be aware, to reflect, to control one's thoughts and internal mental process. Usually we can call this about cognition, thinking about thinking, knowing about knowing, aware of awareness. Typically is viewed as a higher order thinking skills that allows strategic thinking. Also, it can be defined as knowledge about when and how to use particular strategies for learning or problem solving, and typically it may be described by these two components: knowledge about cognition and the regulation of cognition. John Flavel say that metacognition is a higher level order cognition, which is labeled by this prefix of meta to describe how we use cognition to think and to reflect about our own cognition. In the neo-Piagetian theories of cognitive development, Demetrius' theory was based on a concept called hypercognition that was related to self-monitoring, self-representation and self-regulation. We can look to metacognition by these three phases: planning, monitoring and evaluation, and the product of these three phases can be viewed as reflection. So these three phases can be applied to how individuals look to their own cognition and how they reflect about the contents of that cognition and reflect about the processes that they use to produce some kind of thoughts, feelings, behaviors from self and other. We can also look to metacognition within these compounds: mental abilities that involves active control over the process of thinking that is used in learning situations, metacognitive knowledge, metacognitive regulation and metacognitive experiences. There are three types of metacognitive awareness when considering metacognitive knowledge. Declarative knowledge, which is knowledge about oneself, about ourselves. Procedural knowledge, which is knowledge about how to do things, how we use our mental heuristics to behave in a given situation or to apply a given strategy to enhance cognitive learning or school contents and so forth. And the third, conditional knowledge, knowing when and why to use declarative and procedural knowledge, again, to apply in the specific situation. Metacognitive regulation or regulation of cognition may also contain these three skills: planning, selection of strategies to correct allocation of resources that affect task performance; monitoring, one's awareness of comprehension and task performance. Okay, it's the monitoring, it's the ongoing awareness about the products that we are performing within a different or within a given task. And of course, evaluation or evaluating, appraising the final product to a task and the efficacy that is a result from the performance given in certain task. Also, metacognition may be viewed as a developmental process. It is important to know that metacognition is a human ability that is developed from childhood to adulthood. Also, some authors say that metacognition may follow the cognitive development proposed by Piaget. So let's now see how it unfolds here. Typically, metacognition is developed through early ages. However, we tend to use the concept of metacognition when the children have to 5 to 7 years old. However, by the age of 3, children have acquired some awareness of themselves and the others. Also, in the age of 4, they understand others' behavior and understand that their behavior is guided by some inner convictions, or, as you can see here, by some beliefs and desires that may not be the same as the children. Thus, metacognition may follow the 4 steps of cognitive development proposed by Piaget, which is sensorimotor stage, pre-operational stage, concrete operational stage and formal operational stage. Don't be worried, in the future videos I will describe these cognitive stages one by one for you to know more about how to apply this to human development. Thus, as some constructs or concepts in psychology, there are many overlapping concepts that may be related to metacognition or may be similar to metacognition. So let's look to them right now. One is called theory of mind, one is called social cognition, one is called alexithymia, which may be viewed as a deficit or a difficulty on the awareness about inner and external emotional states. Affect consciousness, which may be related to alexithymia. Mentalization, which is a process that is very similar to metacognition. And also, we can look to metacognition from a neuroscience perspective. Therefore, we can see that metacognition has some identified neuronal bases. So, let's look here. Metacognition involves the regulation of attention, conflict resolution, error correction, and inhibitory and emotional regulation. Thus, we know by neuroscience methods that these processes are mediated by the middle frontal brain sections, the middle frontal brain regions, such as anterior cingulate cortex and orbitofrontal cortex. Also, there are some overlap of metacognition with other executive functions because of the overlapping neuronal structures or brain structures that are underlying these kind of processes, such as metacognition may be related to working memory, or also it may be related to executive control or even cognitive inhibition or behavioral inhibition. This is why a frontal lobe has a very important role on the regulation of higher order mental abilities. Frontal lobe is a more development part of the brain which is proposed to be underlying this kind of higher order neurocognitive processes. So, we can look to metacognition and we can relate metacognition with other areas such as metacognition and education. We can look again to these three phases: planning, monitoring and evaluation, and we can look how these phases may impact the learning process. So, Perkins defined that children may have different learning styles. The first one is tacit learners, the second is aware learners, the third is strategic learners, the fourth is reflective learners. So, I think these four styles are very self-explanatory. Again, metacognition may be related to social cognition. Why? Because metacognition also implies the cognitive processing of the mental states, desires, wishes and behaviors of the others. That's why cognitive psychology and social cognition are very interested in the metacognitive processes. So, combination of social psychology and metacognition is referred to as social cognition, where is described thinking and describing the other's behaviors, others' emotional states, others' attitudes or self-attitudes. Another concept that is used in social cognition is life scripts, which is the number of things that we do that is described in our mind with a script, a framework. Just like I go to one restaurant, I will ask to that person what is the menu for today, and then I sit in the table and then I start to eat. This is an example of a social script. So also, metacognition and social cognition are implied and are driven to study social perceptions. And finally, social cognition is also focused in cultural beliefs. As a researcher, I am very interested in the topic of metacognition because it can be applied to a psychotherapeutic setting, and I will show to you how it can be conceptualized to be used as a clinical tool or as a clinical target to develop conscious awareness about our own mental processes. Also, I published an article that I'll show here to you, and this article is related to a metacognitive self-assessment scale. Don't worry, in the future I will describe this article to you and I'll show you how it can be applied not only also in clinical settings but also in educational settings. Now, this is a part that is very interesting to me because now I will say to you two different clinical models that can be used in clinical settings, and these clinical models are based on a metacognitive model. So they are a little bit different, but they can be very useful to you to understand how you can apply some clinical strategies to enhance metacognitive skills. So let's see the first one. The first one is the metacognitive multifunction model that was developed by Semerari and colleagues and regards metacognition as a set of intended functions. The first is to identify and describe mental states regarding self and others based on internal experience and observable behavior. The second level is to reflect and to reasoning about these diverse mental contents, such as states of mind. Third, to use the mental information for complex decision making and problem solving, also, and to use this kind of information to cope with inner suffering. Lots of research has studied the application of this model to neuropsychiatric disorders or psychiatric disorders such as schizophrenia, personality disorders, and depression. The other model is the self-regulatory executive function that is developed by Wells. So, self-regulatory executive function is a system that encompasses metacognitive beliefs and the mental modes of the executive function. Typically, this function within all these contents may be called the cognitive attentional syndrome, that implies individuals to develop some kind of worry and rumination. Individuals are also focused in threat monitoring, and they have different coping behaviors that tend to backfire. So the coping behaviors are not adaptive because they backfire and increase the emotional suffering underlying this cognitive attentional syndrome. Typically is related to social anxiety, generalized anxiety, obsessive compulsive disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder, and depression. So, there are three main psychotherapy schools that are focused in metacognition. One is metacognitive therapy, the other one is metacognitive interpersonal therapy from DiMaggio et al., and the other one is focused on a similar concept, which is mentalization, which is a kind of therapy that is developed from Fonagy and his colleagues, which is called the mentalization-based therapy. Don't worry, these kinds of therapies will be target of future videos. So now let's just summarize our contents for today. So, metacognition may be viewed as a higher order ability, typically known as thinking about thinking or cognition about cognition. Metacognition has different compounds and components, and it tends to be developed through different cognitive stages. We also saw that the frontal lobe tends to be proposed as a neuronal basis for metacognitive thinking, metacognitive abilities, and it may be overlapped with executive functions. Metacognition may be related to social cognition and education and can be applied within different clinical models. We also saw that metacognition is related to different psychological disorders, and there are different psychotherapies that are focused on promoting some kind of skills based on metacognitive procedures, metacognitive knowledge, and are defined with different metacognitive models. So, it's all for today. Don't forget to see the video's description regarding today's theme to see the books and the manuals that I recommend to you. Also, if you like what I'm doing here, please consider to subscribe, hit the bell for notifications, and leave a comment to express your mind and to express your thoughts. Welcome to Mind Brain Talks, and I hope to see you in the next video. Bye! Hello everyone, welcome to Mind Brain Talks, the place where you find diverse and scientifically accurate information regarding psychology, neuropsychology, neurosciences and research methods every single week. My name is Bruno Faustino. I am a licensed clinical psychologist and neuropsychologist who's been working as a therapist, researcher and educator for the past few years. Here in mindbraintalks, I discuss and describe different topics from psychology and neurosciences, and I try to explain them the best as I can for you to understand and for you to learn something more about it. All research here are just for educational purposes, and it's not intended to diagnose any psychiatric condition or neurological disorder. So, without further delay, let's jump for today's content. So, today I'll talk about cognitive dissonance. Probably you already have heard something about this. On the internet, there are lots of different definitions about cognitive dissonance, however, some of them are pretty inaccurate. So here, I'll give to you a scientifically accurate take on cognitive dissonance based on the former author, okay? But first, let's see the manuals that I recommend to you. So, let's go! So now let's look to the manuals that I recommend to you today. The first is A Theory of Cognitive Dissonance from Leon Festinger, which is the first author to propose this theory. The second book is The Cognitive Dissonance 50 Years of a Classic Theory from Joel Cooper. And the third is Cognitive Dissonance, Re-Examine a Pivotal Theory in Psychology. So, and now let's see what is cognitive dissonance. Individuals are driven by internal drives, urges and/or needs that motives internal and external actions. When individuals face different or opposite chunks of information in memory, tends to have a sense of extravagance and affective discomfort. In this sense, some internal and external maneuvers may take place to deal with this strangeness. This means that individuals tend to experience some discomfort when they are dealing with opposite views or opposite beliefs. So, cognitive dissonance is used to describe the feelings of discomfort that result from two contradictory beliefs. When there is a discrepancy between beliefs and behaviors, something must change in order to eliminate or reduce the dissonance, because the discomfort tends to increase. Leon Festinger published in 1957 a book called A Theory of Cognitive Dissonance. He stated that people experience discomfort when they hold conflict beliefs or when their actions contradict their previous beliefs. Some examples that Festinger gave in his book, for instance, smoking even knowing that is bad for health, or individuals may promote some behavior but not apply it to oneself. This is also called hypocrisy. Another example may be a person that defends animal rights but continues to eat meat in their meals. This is also called the meat paradox. We can talk about this in the future. So, why people have cognitive dissonance? Because humans have a principle of cognitive consistency or self-coherence, which is a principle or a psychological need, we can talk about this in the future, or the psychological need of coherence between thoughts, emotions, behavior, and emotional past learnings. If we have this principle and we have contradictory beliefs, we tend to experience discomfort that stems from these contradictory positions or two oppositional beliefs. So, as you are seeing, humans tend to experience different levels of discomfort due to discrepancies between beliefs, thoughts, emotions and behaviors. And humans are driven by the coherence principle or the psychological need that is defined as self-coherence. Because of this principle, humans tend to reduce the level of discomfort that stems from oppositional views of different points of the self. And now let's see other factors that tend to be associated with cognitive dissonance. Also, we can find some personality and neurocognitive factors that has impacts on cognitive dissonance. Metacognitive awareness for contradictory information held in memory. Focused attention. Individuals may focus attention on these two chunks of information or these two beliefs. Lower tolerance for uncertainty. Lower frustration tolerance. Or even lower self-incoherence as opposed to self-coherence. We have a dialectical pole of psychological need, which is a self-coherence and self-incoherence, and if individuals are able to experience these two oppositional beliefs without discomfort, this is linked to psychological health and mental health. I will talk about this phenomenon in the future because we can have 7 polarities of psychological needs that are fundamentals or are essential for psychological health. I am a researcher on this area and then I will talk about these specifically in the future, okay? So now let's move on. We can also find other factors that may be associated with cognitive dissonance, such as type of beliefs, when we think about a surface level. The value of those beliefs may also be important to understand why individuals experience some degree of discomfort. Another factor that is associated with cognitive dissonance is the size of the disparity between beliefs. If we have 2 major beliefs that are in opposition, individuals tend to experience even more discomfort, okay? And finally, when we look to a deeper level, we may have some contradictory self-facets, which is responsible for a deeper dissonance or inner conflict. When we are looking to this at a deeper level, okay? Don't worry, in the future I will talk about these different levels of human mind that tend to have different levels of dissonance. When we talk about dissonance on beliefs, we are talking about a surface level. But however, when we are talking about contradictory or oppositional personality traits or self-facets, we are talking about a deeper level of cognitive dissonance or affective dissonance that tends to promote internal conflicts, okay? This is a deeper level of analysis and typically this is a level of analysis that psychotherapists tend to focus, okay? Moreover, we can find some different effects of cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance causes feelings of discomfort and unease, and humans have an innate desire to avoid discomfort, because this discomfort impacts on behaviors and actions, thoughts and decisions, emotions and feelings, beliefs and attitudes. And as I said before, cognitive dissonance is associated with mental health, especially when individuals feel anxious, guilt, ashamed, confused or reject due to their levels of cognitive dissonance. So, as you are seeing, cognitive dissonance impacts on different spheres of human experience. And now let's see the coping mechanisms and the mental defenses that individuals tend to use to reduce the discomfort that stems from cognitive dissonance. So, individuals may hide their genuine beliefs and beliefs from others. Individuals may use rationalization of their choices to match previous assumptions. Also, individuals may avoid subjects or themes that activate discussions of their contradictory opinions. And individuals may also try to avoid learning new information, because this may increase their levels of discomfort. Also, individuals may devaluate, attack or deny others' actions and beliefs that are contradictory to their own. Individuals may also discard research, newspaper articles or expert explanations. And individuals may distort information to fit their previous beliefs or schemas. In the future, I'll talk about schemas because I am a researcher on this specific area, okay? So I have lots of inside knowledge that I want to share with you. So, some authors gave some suggestions about how to reduce cognitive dissonance. One is harmonization of contradictory beliefs by focusing on the healthier belief. Another suggestion is adopt beliefs and attitudes who are internally coherent. Another suggestion is evaluate both beliefs who are in contradiction and learn to tolerate this conflict. And the final suggestion is change the belief to match the previous belief system. So, as you are seeing here, there is an increasing level of difficulty in applying these suggestions to oneself. Changing beliefs, typically it's not an easy task, okay? However, this is the suggestions that some authors gave. And now let's just summarize the contents of today. So we saw that cognitive dissonance is a mental phenomenon that humans tend to have when they find contradictory or oppositional beliefs. Typically is associated with personality and neurocognitive factors. Individuals tend to develop some coping mechanisms and mental defenses to try to deal with the discomfort that stems from this dissonance. And there are different ways to reduce cognitive dissonance, and some are easy and some are more difficult. Well, it's all for today. Don't forget to see the video description regarding today's theme in order to see the manuals and the books that I recommend to you. Also, if you like what I'm doing here, please consider to subscribe and hit the bell for notifications. You can use the comment section below to express your thoughts and to express your mind. Welcome to Mind Brain Talks, and I hope to see you in the next video. Bye! Hello everyone, welcome to Mind Brain Talks, the place where you'll find diverse and scientifically accurate information regarding psychology, neuropsychology, neurosciences and research methods every single week. My name is Bruno Faustino. I am a licensed clinical psychologist and neuropsychologist who's been working as a therapist, researcher and educator for the past few years. Here in Mind Brain Talks, I discuss and describe different topics from psychology to neurosciences, and I try to explain them the best as I can for you to understand and for you to learn something more about it. All research here are just for educational purposes, and it's not intended to diagnose any psychiatric condition or neurological disorder. So, without further delay, let's jump for today's content. So today we will talk about the information processing paradigm. We will look to the major models that shape this paradigm, and we will look how this paradigm have some impacts in cognitive psychology. But first, let's look to the manuals that I recommend to you. The first is Cognitive Psychology, a student's handbook. The second is Cognitive Psychology and its implications. And the third is an introduction to cognitive science. And now, let's see what is the information processing paradigm. So, the first half of the 20th century was ruled by behaviorism, and the mind was viewed as a black box. However, around the 1950s, computers gave new ideas to psychologists to conceptualize mental processes. So, this was an approach that helped psychologists to conceptualize the mental processes beyond the black box metaphor. So we are looking to a new metaphor, which is a metaphor that describes the mind as a set of processes such as attention, perception, or memory. The mind was compared to how computers process information. So, some main examples may be attention and perception may be related to inputting information into a computer. Or memory may be similar to the computer storage. So cognitive psychology was very influenced by this theory, and cognitive psychology starts to get focused on how individuals process information in different cognitive processes such as memory, attention, decision-making, or perception. So cognitive psychology was focused on the flow of information through different stages of the cognitive processing. And cognitive psychology starts to get focused on how individuals select, store, and retrieve memories. So this shows how cognitive psychology was influenced by the information processing paradigm. So now let's look to some influential models that shaped cognitive psychology. George Miller in Information Processing Theory, which states that human mind performs operations that change information's form and content, stores and locates that information, and gives some output based on that transformed information. This means that the human mind has some operations that changes the information and then produces some output that is based on the transformed information. So humans gather and represent information, we are talking about the encoding process, and hold information in memory, which may be called retention process, and get access to that information, which can be defined as the retrieval process of that information. So Atkinson and Schifrin also developed the stage theory, which described how information is stored in memory through a linear process. So they stated that these processes has three stages: information first gets to the sensory memory, then passes to the short-term memory or the working memory, and then is encoded and retrieved and is retained in the long-term memory, which may be differentiated in declarative or procedural. But we will talk this in the future, okay? This is just a brief look on the information processing paradigm. So another model is the Craig and Lockhart level of processing model, which is also a very important model in this paradigm. They stated that the elaboration of information in memory may take different levels, from the surface level to a deeper level. The first level we can find perception, below we can see intention, and then we can look to labeling information, and then we look to the meaning attribution, okay? When we start to attribute meaning to the information or meaning to the events, it means that we are getting to a deeper level of the information processing. Another influential model was a model proposed by Rumelhart and McClelland. They stated that information is processed by multiple parts of the cognitive system at the same time. So this model stated that information may be processed in multiple parts of the brain, in the multiple parts of the cognitive system, in a parallel fashion. So the information is stored in different parts of the brain, which are connected through a wide network of neurons. Some notions may also be important to retain, however, I will not focus specifically on these notions, okay? In cognitive psychology, we tend to look to linear and parallel processing, because information may follow a sequence of events, however, information may also be processed in a parallel fashion based on connectionist models. Information processing may also follow a bottom-up or top-down processing, which means that information may be triggered by the environment, or the information may start the processing by inner stimuli, okay? But we will talk this in the future, don't worry. And another established notion of the processing of information is that processing of information and cognitive development are tied. So individuals in earlier ages may have some type of cognitive processing, and individuals in the later ages have different types of cognitive processing. But don't worry, we can talk about this in the future, and we will look to the Piaget model, which states exactly these things, okay? But we will look to this in the future. So now let's just summarize the contents of today. So, in the middle of the 20th century, mind was viewed as a black box. The information processing theory and cognitive psychology are mixed together, so cognitive psychology absorbed the information processing paradigm, and this paradigm shaped how cognitive psychology starts to look to the mental processes. So cognitive psychology may resemble of different models that may be defined as linear models, and cognitive psychology may also rely on connectionist models. Well, it's all for today. Don't forget to see the video description regarding today's theme in order to see the manuals and the books that I recommend to you. Also, if you like what I'm doing here, please consider to subscribe and hit the bell for notifications. You can use the comment section below to express your thoughts and to express your mind about all the concepts and all the theories that are discussed here. Let me know what you think about all of this. Welcome to Mind Brain Talks, and I hope to see you in the next video. Bye! Hello everyone, welcome to Mind Brain Talks, the place where you find diverse and scientifically accurate information regarding psychology, neuropsychology, neurosciences and research methods every single week. My name is Bruno Faustino. I am a licensed clinical psychologist and neuropsychologist who's been working as a therapist, researcher and educator for the past few years. Here in Mind Brain Talks, I discuss and describe different topics from psychology to neurosciences, and I try to explain them the best as I can for you to learn something more about it. All contents here are just for educational purposes and it's not intended to diagnose any psychiatric condition or neurological disorder. So, without further delay, let's jump for today's content. So, today let's talk about psychological flexibility and mental health. We will take a brief look on this construct and we will see how this construct will be related to other psychological constructs such as executive functions or personality. But first, let's see the manuals that I recommend to you today. The first is the Assessment and Commitment Therapy from Steve Hayes. The second is Psychological Flexibility, also from Steve Hayes. And the third is Contextual Behavioral Science, where you can find different chapters related to psychological flexibility. So now let's see what is psychological flexibility. Psychological flexibility may be viewed as a fundamental aspect in mental health, because it can be viewed as a skill which allows individuals to distance themselves from internal distressful experience, and another process that is related to this is decentering, cognitive distancing or diffusing. And psychological flexibility is associated with emotional regulation strategies. So, psychological flexibility refers to several dynamic processes that unfold over time. It allows individuals to adapt to fluctuating situational demands and allows individuals to reconfigure mental resources, allows them to shift perspective from one point of view to other point of view, and it enables individuals to balance competing desires, needs and life domains related to specific contextual demands. So this skill allows individuals to balance competing desires and needs and select these desires and these needs according to specific situational demands. However, psychological flexibility also suffers from a problem that other psychological constructs may suffer, which is there are different names that tries to identify the same construct, and one outcome of this problem is that research may be fragmented. Because ego resiliency may also overlap with psychological flexibility, executive control, response modulation, or even self-regulation. These four constructs may also have some overlapping domain with psychological flexibility. And psychological inflexibility, which is the opposite of the flexibility, may be related to anxiety, depression, poor work performance, inability or difficulties in learning, substance abuse, lower quality in life, alexithymia, more anxiety sensitivity, long-term disability or even worry. So there is a type of psychotherapy that has a specific model focused on psychological flexibility, and this therapy is called Acceptance and Commitment Therapy, which is a third generation CBT. So this model stresses that psychological flexibility depends on 6 processes that are connected with each other. So the first is diffusion, the second acceptance, the third contact with the present moment, the fourth values, the fifth committed action, and the sixth self as context. Don't worry, in the future I will produce different videos focused specifically on the acceptance and commitment therapy. Here it's just important to see that this model, developed by Hayes and colleagues, focused specifically on promoting psychological flexibility, which may be viewed as an outcome of these interconnected 6 processes. Also, you can see that the connectiveness of these processes enables mindfulness and acceptance processes, which allows individuals to distance themselves from distressful thoughts and emotions, and allows them to accept that internal experience, and allows to take contact with the present moment that enables the emotional processing. Also, when we look to contact with the present moment, we can see that there is a shift focused on commitment and behavior change processes, which allows individuals to connect to their present moment and allows them to enable and discover different lifelong values, which allows them to commit to that action, and this committed action allows them to be more flexible to adapt to life demands. Also, you can see that when we are able to apply this notion of flexibility to ourselves, we can look to ourselves as a product or as an emergent self within a specific context. In the future, I'll take a deep look on the acceptance and commit therapy principles. So, this is just for the basis. Psychological flexibility is the target, it's a specific target of this third generation CBT therapy, which is the acceptance and commitment therapy. However, I've produced some new articles this year focused specifically on how psychological inflexibility may impact or may relate to different constructs. I've used cognitive fusion as a measure of psychological inflexibility, which means that individuals are fused with their internal experience and they cannot distance themselves from distressful thoughts, emotions and behaviors. So this may be viewed as a form of inflexibility because individuals are always experiencing the same things because they can't distance themselves, they can't diffuse themselves from their thoughts, their emotions and their behaviors. So what I found is that cognitive fusion mediates the relationships between early maladaptive schemas and symptomatology. Also, I found that metacognitive abilities or metacognitive skills are negatively associated with cognitive fusion because if individuals are fused with their contents, they cannot distance themselves within the 4 or 5 metacognitive factors that research shows that is present in the human mind. So another research showed that there is a transdiagnostic value of the relationship between inflexibility and emotion regulation. However, there are different levels of association. In the future, I'll take a deep look on this, okay? So this is just for you to understand how psychological inflexibility may relate to other different constructs. However, let's look now how psychological inflexibility may relate to other different constructs. So we can look to personalities such as neuroticism, openness to experience and self-control. Individuals who are more flexible tend to have lower levels of neuroticism and higher levels of openness to experience and self-control. Also, individuals who are psychological flexible may have better working memory, they are more able to change within different cognitive categories, and also they can change more easily their attentional control to different stimuli. Finally, psychological flexibility may also be related to states of mind, because when we are locked in all the same mindsets, on all the same states of mind, we cannot produce novelty and open to ourselves to new experiences and to new thoughts, new feelings, new goals and new needs. So psychological flexibility depends also from states of mind, because different states of mind may have different impacts on how individuals open themselves to experience and are more able to produce new thoughts, new feelings and new behaviors. So now let's just summarize the contents of today. So we look to psychological flexibility, which may be viewed as a core aspect in mental health. So psychological flexibility may also be related to different psychological disorders. We saw that acceptance and commitment therapy, which is a third generation CBT, has a specific model to work on psychological flexibility. And finally, we saw that there are new research in psychological inflexibility at the moment, and we look basically to 3 articles focused on different aspects of psychological inflexibility. However, there are lots of manuscripts that also have new evidences about psychological flexibility and their relationship with other constructs. Well, it's all for today. Don't forget to see the video description regarding today's theme, to look to the manuals and the books that I recommend to you. Also, if you like what I'm doing here, please consider to subscribe and hit the bell for notification. You may use the comment section below to express your thoughts and to express your mind. Welcome to Mind Brain Talks, and I hope to see you in the next video. Bye! Hello everyone, welcome to Mind Brain Talks, the place where you find diverse and scientifically accurate information regarding psychology, neuropsychology, neurosciences and research methods every single week. My name is Bruno Faustino, I am a licensed clinical psychologist and neuropsychologist who's been working as a therapist, researcher and educator for the past few years. Here in Mind Brain Talks, I discuss and describe different topics from psychology to neurosciences, and I try to explain them the best as I can for you to understand and for you to learn something more about it. All research here are just for educational purposes, and it's not intended to diagnose any psychiatric condition or neurological disorder. So, without further delay, let's jump for today's content. So today I'll talk about emotional experience. I'll take a brief look of the major topics of emotions, and we will see how emotional experience may impact in different areas of human functioning. But first, let's see the manuals that I recommend to you today. The first is The Emotional Brain from Joseph Lido. The second is True to Our Feelings. And the third is the Handbook of Emotional Regulation, edited by James Gross. And now let's look to emotions. Emotions are short-term biological states associated with neurophysiological changes which provoke us thoughts, feelings and behavioral responses or action tendencies. Emotions tend to be discrete, measurable and physiologically distinct from one another. Emotion experience is different from emotions. So, emotional experiences is the subjective experience of emotions or emotional states. Emotions are the short-term biological states, and emotional experience is the subjective experience that individuals have when they are experiencing emotions. And emotional experiences may be described as pleasant or unpleasant, and may be described as intense or mild. Emotional states are accompanied by arousal and our experiences of the bodily responses created by the sympathetic division of the autonomic nervous system. So, emotional states are accompanied by different bodily sensations which represent a sympathetic activation of the autonomic nervous system. Emotions are developed in large part to help us to make rapid judgments about stimuli and to quickly guide appropriate behavior. That's why emotions set some behavioral tendencies. Emotions have a great neurobiological emphasis because they are produced in the limbic system, which encompasses amygdala, hypothalamus, thalamus, and is not close to this, and emotions are also generated by some divisions of the prefrontal cortex, such as the anterior cingulate or the orbitofrontal cortex. Moreover, we can find different emotions. We can distinguish from basic emotions to complex or secondary emotions. So, basic emotions we can see as anger, disgust, fear, happiness, sadness and surprise. And these emotions tend to be generated at the subcortical level. And these emotions are evolutionarily determined, and typically they are experiences and displayed similarity across cultures, because these basic emotions have a great neurobiological emphasis and great genetic determinism. That's why from different cultures, individuals tend to express them psychological, emotionally and behaviorally in the same way. However, we can also differentiate other emotions, which are defined as secondary emotions, or some researchers may refer it as feelings. I have here some examples, such as frustration, distress, bored, calm, satisfied, and so on. There are different secondary emotions which have different intensities and different forms of experiences. Typically, these emotions are generated at the cortical level because they have a great input given by the prefrontal cortex. So, secondary emotions tend to be associated with cognitive interpretations that accompany emotions. Typically, you can call this process as cognitive appraisal. So, typically, secondary emotions are determined in part by their level of arousal, which can range from mild to intense, and their valence, which may be pleasant or unpleasant. As you are seeing, emotional experience is a major aspect of the human life and has different implications on human functioning. So, we can find two major pathways for emotion generation. Primary and secondary emotions activation may depend on the pathway by which the stimuli takes to reach the cortex. So we can look by analyzing the fear processing in different brain regions. we can have a stimulus. This stimulus projects itself to the thalamus sends information to amygdala, which also then projects a response. We can call this the fast pathway. But when we look to the danger sensation or the sense of afraid in a given context, we are looking to a different set of activation. We can have a stimulus that reaches to the thalamus, and the thalamus projects outputs to the frontal cortex, and then the frontal cortex projects the information to amygdala. And then amygdala produces a response by projecting information to the primary motor cortex. So we are seeing here that in the danger sensation we have a frontal cortex input, and this input gives some context and some previous knowledge about the stimulus. So in this sense we have a mixed response where we have a stimulus and we have cognitive interpretation or a cognitive memory. So we call this a slow pathway. And the secondary emotion is generated because it has more cognitive component than the primary fear. So this is an important distinction between primary emotions and secondary emotions or feelings. They may depend on the different activations which are the product of different pathway activations. So one major aspect that could make some difference between secondary emotions and primary emotions is the cognitive reappraisal, which is a process that is tendency allocated in the prefrontal cortex, because the process of the cognitive appraisal may be seen as the interpretation of the situations and experiences based on the previous knowledge. So, this interpretation is based on previous assumptions and beliefs, and in intentions, goals, or even in psychological needs. So, cognitive appraisal adds a cognitive component to the primary emotion. This is when we start to feel a more complex, a more differentiated emotion, which is called here a secondary emotion or even a feeling. So, there are different models of emotion that could also help us explain how emotion is generated. Cannon-Barr theory states that experience of an emotion is accompanied by physiological arousal. James Lang theory states that the experience of an emotion is the result of the arousal that individuals experience. So, the two-factor theory states that the intensity of the arousal and the cognitive appraisal dictates which emotion individuals will experience. So here we can see that the two-factor theory has an integrative component, where we can explain that the arousal and dissociation of the cognitive appraisal dictates which emotion will be generated and which emotion individuals will experience. So emotions have different functions. One may be facilitate adaptive responses to environmental challenges. A second may be attach meaning to the events. The third may be communication to self about values, needs, or even if the context is favorable to them. Or even communication to others, because when we manifest an emotion, we are communicating to others an internal state or a disposition, and this behavioral manifestation may be seen as non-verbal behaviors. So, now let's just summarize the contents of today. Emotions and subjective experience are different phenomena, but they are linked together. This phenomenon results from the interaction between the brain, nervous system, and endocrine system. We can differentiate primary and secondary emotions by the level of the arousal and the addition of a cognitive component, and we look to different models of emotions. So, this is just an introductory video related to emotions, but in the future I will produce different videos focused specifically on different aspects or different models of emotions, okay? So, stay tuned! Well, it's all for today. Don't forget to see the video description regarding today's theme in order to see the manuals and the books that I recommend to you. Also, if you like what I'm doing here, please consider to subscribe and hit the bell for notifications. And you can use the comment section below to express your thoughts and to express your mind. Let me know what you think about all of this. Welcome to Mind Brain Talks, and I hope to see you in the next video. Bye! everyone, welcome to Mind Brain Talks, the place where you find diverse and scientifically accurate information regarding psychology, neuropsychology, neurosciences and research methods every single week. My name is Bruno Faustino. I am a licensed clinical psychologist and neuropsychologist who's been working as a therapist, researcher and educator for the past few years. Here I discuss and describe a lot of topics, themes and research findings regarding psychology and neurosciences, and I try to explain them the best as I can for you to understand and for you to know more about it. All videos here are just for educational purposes and it's not intended to diagnose any psychiatric condition or neurological disorder. So, without further delay, let's jump for today's content. Today's theme is related to the question, what is neuropsychology? What is its fundamentals? What is its research subject? I will try to answer this question with this video, so please stay tuned if you want to know more about what is neuropsychology. Now let's look to the manuals that I use to develop today's video. So the first is the principles of neuropsychology, the second, fundamentals of human neuropsychology, the third is the neuropsychology handbook, the fourth it's the handbook of clinical neuropsychology, the fifth it's the neuropsychological assessment from Lesac, which is a very good manual, and the sixth it was the clinical neuropsychology from Laura Gonstein and Jane McNeil. So I think these books are very important to study and are very important if you want to know more about neuropsychology. So now let's see what is neuropsychology. Neuropsychology can be defined as a branch of psychology and/or neuroscience, and neuropsychology is a branch that studies the brain and the rest of the nervous system and its influences on the person's cognitions and behavior. It's focused on how injuries or illness of the brain affect cognitive functions and behavior. Neuropsychology is not only based on brain impairment and brain lesions, okay? But we will see in the future. So, neuropsychology is also experimental and a clinical field of psychology and is focused to understand how behavior and cognition are influenced by brain functioning. Okay, neuropsychology is focused on how the brain function may influence the behavior and the cognition. So, neuropsychologists work in research settings such as universities, laboratories, clinical settings such as medical hospitals or rehabilitation settings, and in forensic settings or another kind of industry. However, neuropsychologists may also work in schools. There are a new branch of neuropsychology, which is school neuropsychology, which is focused more on the neurocognitive processes that are underlying the processes of learning. So it's also a very important scientific field in the study of the neurocognitive processes that are important to the understanding and learning within a school setting. So, what is important to retain from this video is that neuropsychology is a scientific study of the relationships between brain, behavior and the mind. As you will see in the future, clinical neuropsychology is a branch of neuropsychology which is more focused on the assessment and on the intervention of neurocognitive processes that may be impaired due to traumatic brain injury or brain lesions. But you will see in the future how it unfolds through time. Well, it's all for today. Don't forget to see the video's description regarding today's theme to see the manuals and the books that I am recommending to you. If you like what I'm doing here, please consider to subscribe and hit the bell for notifications. Also, you can use the comment section below to say something about this video, so please express your mind and express your thoughts. Let me know what you think about all of this. Welcome to Mind Brain Talks, and I hope to see you in the next video. Bye! Hello everyone! Welcome to mindbraintalks, the place where you'll find diverse and scientifically accurate information regarding psychology, neuropsychology, neurosciences and research methods every single week. My name is Bruno Faustino. I am a licensed clinical psychologist and neuropsychologist who's been working as a therapist, researcher and educator for the past few years. Here, I discuss and describe a lot of topics related to psychology and neurosciences, and I try to explain them the best as I can for you to understand and for you to know more about these subjects. All contents here are just for educational purposes, and it's not intended to diagnose any psychiatric condition or neurological disorder. So, without further delay, let's jump for today's content. Today's topic is a topic that is very important to me. The topic is about clinical neuropsychology. As you know, I am a clinical neuropsychologist, and then I am very interested in these topics. What is clinical neuropsychology? What it is? How professionals with a degree in clinical neuropsychology work? What they do? These are some questions that I'll try to show to you here, and I hope you understand and I hope you learn a little bit more about this subfield, sometimes from psychology, sometimes from neurology or neurosciences. So stay tuned and let's go. These are the manuals that I recommend to you if you want to explore clinical neuropsychology. These are the manuals that I think that are very important to understand and to study more about this subject. So now let's see what is clinical neuropsychology. Clinical neuropsychology is the application of a neuropsychological knowledge to the assessment, management and rehabilitation of people who suffered illness or injury, typically injuries based on the brain injury, which has caused some neurocognitive deficits, such as deficits in executive functions, attention, memory, which have expression in behavioral dysfunctions. So people tend to have more difficulties in everyday life situations. So, clinical neuropsychology is focused on the assessment and rehabilitation of acquired brain injury, such as stroke, aneurysm, traumatic brain injury, neuropsychological syndromes, such as dissociative syndromes, agnosia, aphasia, alexia, and so on, learning disabilities, such as dyslexia, dyscalculia, neurodevelopmental disorders, such as ADHD, Tourette's, and neurodegenerative disorders, such as Alzheimer, Parkinson, frontotemporal dementia, and so forth. Also, clinical neuropsychology is also focused on the assessment of neuropsychiatric disorders, such as schizophrenia, bipolar, and so forth. Clinical neuropsychology is primarily focused on the assessment and rehabilitation of alterations in the brain functioning. And the brain functioning is very important in different kinds of processes. These processes may be viewed as neurocognitive processes. These processes are a result from the integrated brain functioning. So, the neurocognitive functions or domains that are typically assessed by neuropsychologists are executive functions, which have comprised these functions such as inhibition, adapting, shifting, planning, and decision making. Another domain is complex attention, and within this domain we can find arousal, sustained, selective, alternate, and divided attention. So that's why it's called a complex attention, because attention is not one process but different kinds of different sub-processes. Also, reasoning, when we can find deductive, inductive, abstract or concrete thinking. Memory, of course, clinical neuropsychologists are very focused on memory. It's a hot topic in neuropsychology. Within memory, we can find working memory, declarative, semantic, recall and cued memory, which are two different processes. Language. Language is also very important for everyday life, and that's why a clinical neuropsychologist is very focused on language. Within this domain we can find fluency, expressive speaking, understanding and writing. Perceptual organization is also a hot topic in a clinical neuropsychologist because it has lots of impacts in everyday life. Imagine if you can't describe and differentiate the distance between your hand and other objects. This is a kind of deficit sometimes individuals who suffered from traumatic brain injury or strokes may have if some kind of cortical connection that is responsible for perceptual organization is impaired. So, psychomotor functions such as praxis and gnosis, access to knowledge, social cognition and personality, intelligence and self-reflection skills, and of course dysfunctional behavior and symptomatology typically driven by impaired brain functions. So, as I said to you, a clinical neuropsychologist is based in the principles of assessment and principles of rehabilitation. It's a fundamental aspect of a clinical neuropsychologist that has lots of tests to assess different brain functions that could be impaired and to use the product of the assessment to develop new ways and new kinds of rehabilitation, which is tended to be focused on individual characteristics and individual difficulties. As you are seeing from the beginning to here, clinical neuropsychology is based on two great aspects. It's the clinical assessment and the clinical rehabilitation. Assessment is based on the identification of neurocognitive deficits, and rehabilitation, it's the principles that guide how clinical neuropsychologists intervene with these kind of subjects. For instance, a person with frontotemporal dementia, how he can rehabilitate the frontal lobe functioning. It's different kinds of exercises to executive functions, selective attention, or inhibition procedures. So, as I said before, the neuropsychology uses standardized neuropsychological tests to assess cognitive and behavioral performance and to link them to specific neurocognitive processes. Of course, these tend to be an individualized neuropsychological assessment which is focused on specific difficulties that specific individuals bring to the session. Of course, and the neuropsychological tests are a product of a standardization process. Some types of clinical neuropsychology methods or instruments may be Visual Memory Scale, Wisconsin Card Sorting Test, the Mental Visual Attention Test, and so forth. Another methods that a clinical neuropsychologist may use to understand how brain and behavior may be related is by using brain scans such as functional magnetic resonance, positron emission tomography, magnetic resonance imaging, and computed axial tomography, typically known as CAT. So don't worry if you don't know what these brain scans are. In the future I will produce different videos talking about them. So there are other projects that may help or may be related to clinical neuropsychology, such as Global Brain Project. Another kind of assessment that neuropsychologists use is electrophysiology, such as electroencephalography or magnetoencephalography. And another way that clinical neuropsychologists may also explore how brain and behavior relationships may be impaired is using experimental tasks where the outcomes are reaction times and accuracy to explore performance in that tasks. Keep in mind, there are lots of things that were not covered in this video. However, in the future, I will look to these things and I'll try to explain them in the future videos. So stay tuned if you want to know more about clinical neuropsychology. So now let's just summarize the contents of today. So, clinical neuropsychology is a branch of psychology and neurology that studies the relationship between brain, cognition and behavior. And clinical neuropsychology is focused on brain injury and neurocognitive processes. We look to neurocognitive functions such as attention, memory, executive functions and others. So, and a clinical neuropsychologist is based on the assessment and rehabilitation of that impaired neurocognitive functions. And we also saw that clinical neuropsychologists may use different methods and different kinds of research to explore the relationships between brain, behavior and cognition. So, it's all for today. Don't forget to see the video's description regarding today's theme, to look to the manuals that I recommend to you. Also, if you like what I'm doing here, please consider to subscribe, hit the bell for notifications. And you can also leave a comment to express your thoughts and to express your mind. Welcome to Mind Brain Talks, and I hope to see you in the next video. Bye! Hello everyone! Welcome to Mind Brain Talks, the place where you find diverse and scientifically accurate information regarding psychology, neuropsychology, neurosciences and research methods every single week. My name is Bruno Faustino. I am a licensed clinical psychologist and neuropsychologist who's been working as a therapist, researcher and educator for the past few years. All videos here are just for educational purposes and it's not intended to diagnose any psychiatric condition or neurological disorder. So, without further delay, let's jump for today's content. These are the 6 manuals that I used to develop this video. So, let's go see them. So the first is the Principles of Neuropsychology, the second, Fundamentals of Human Neuropsychology, the third is the Neuropsychology Handbook, the fourth it's the Handbook of Clinical Neuropsychology, the fifth it's the Neuropsychological Assessment from Lesac, which is a very good manual, and the sixth it was the Clinical Neuropsychology from Laura Gonstein and Jane McNeil. As you are seeing, neuropsychology is the scientific field that studies the relationships between brain, behavior and cognition. The notion that the brain is the organ of the mind and the brain is the organ of neurocognitive processes, it's not new to us. However, this idea had been developed through many years. So let's look to the story of neuropsychology and let's look to the story about how the brain starts to get noticed as the center of the mind. So, the notion of neuropsychology, or the notion about the study of the relationship between brain and behavior, can be traced through ancient history, or even earlier. There were too much debate in different societies when we start to considering that the body and the mind could be related to different organs in our brain, in our mind. So for many centuries the brain was thought to be useless and discarded. This notion has been changed through time, through the evolution in anatomy and physiology. So let's take a brief overview on this. Mental functions were viewed from a religious point of view, and human mental dysfunctions were attributed to evil spirits and the gods. I think this is not new information for you. So the brain has not always been considered the center of the functioning body. It took too many centuries to acknowledge that the importance of the brain as the organ of the mind. This is a core feature here.
Now we know that the brain is the main organ of the mind. So many functions that our mind have would not be possible if the brain is not there, if the brain is not working, okay? So, even in antiquity, lots of researchers tried to study the brain, and they developed a technique called the trephination, which is defined as the ancient surgical operation that involves cutting, scraping, chiseling and or drilling a plug-like piece of bone from the skull. As you can see here in this picture, the physicians tend to do some kind of hole in the brain and they try to study the brain within a living person. The classical Greeks wrote the first accounts of the brain and behavior relationships. Heraclitus was one of the first philosophers that say that the mind is an enormous space with never-ending boundaries. So he has the notion that the mind is a very, very huge domain which we may never look to his boundaries. However, Pythagoras, a very well-known ancient Greek philosopher, was the first to suggest that the brain could be the center of the human reasoning and may play a role in the soul's life. So this is the fundamentals and the essentials of that later became known as the brain hypothesis, which is the idea that the brain is the source of all behavior. So here, Heraclitus and Pythagoras were the first ones that start to develop the notion that maybe the brain could be the center of the mind and also it could be the center of the soul. This is the fundamentals of the brain hypothesis. So, another ancient Greek, a very well-known ancient Greek, Hippocrates, which is the father of modern medicine, also believed that the brain controls all senses and movements. He studied some patients where paralysis occurred in the side of the body opposite to the side of the head injury. This is very important because it's the first time in history that we start to get notice that the brain could be working on opposite sides of the body. This is very important. So, following the areas governed by the right and left hemispheres of the brain, Hippocrates noticed that one side of the brain could lead to or could govern other areas, contralateral areas of the body. This is very important. So, Hippocrates also stated that pleasure, merriment, laughter, amusement, as well as grief, pain and anxiety could all arise from the brain. This is also a very important notion because we start to notice that not only body movement but also some kind of mental states or states of mind could also arise from the brain and from the brain functioning. However, Plato suggested that the soul may be divided or could be divided in three different parts: appetite, reason and temper. This kind of notion had helped Freud to develop his notions about the mind, which is id or id, ego and superego. So Freud, you know Freud, of course, Freud starts to use the notion of Plato to develop his own theory about conscious and unconscious mind. However, not all ancient philosophers believed that the brain was the center of the body. Not all ancient philosophers believed that the brain was the center of the body and the brain was important to behavior. Aristotle, which is also a very known Greek philosopher, was a creative thinker in various fields. However, he made some mistakes. He believed that the heart could be the source of all mental processes, and he developed which was known as the cardiac hypothesis, where the heart is the seat of every emotions and the heart is the seat of every mental process. Later, in Egypt, Alexandria School developed some different notions. Scientists work hard in new advances in physiology and anatomy, and knowledge of the nervous system and neuroanatomy were stemmed from the performing of public dissections. So these scientists start to perform public dissections about dead people. However, these dissections had boosted the knowledge about the nervous system, which is also very important. So they start to develop which was later known as the ventricular localization hypothesis, which postulates that mental and spiritual processes may reside in the ventricular chambers of the brain. This hypothesis later became known as the cell doctrine, which means that the cell is a small compartment in a ventricle. This theory, this doctrine, take about 2000 years to be developed. So, together with Hippocrates, Galen was one of the greatest physicians of his time, and he took different advances about the anatomic knowledge of the brain, and he may be coined as the first experimental physiologist, which identified many of the major brain structure and described the behavioral changes that was related to different brain traumas. So, Galen also described that all physical functions included in the brain, as well as the rest of the body, depends on the balance of the bodily fluids or humors, which he referred to air, water, fire, and earth. He identified different brain areas which were related to different behaviors and different emotions. This was a major step on the understanding of the brain and on the understanding about how the brain could be the underlying organ of emotion and behavior. However, other authors were very important on the development of this idea that the brain is the organ of the mind. So later, Albert Magnus described that behavior results from a combination of brain structures that includes the cortex, the midbrain, and the cerebellum. Andreas Vesalius found some Galen's anatomic mistakes and he corrected them. Particularly, he corrected those errors that were related to the role of the ventricles and their effect on behavior. Also, Descartes, as you know, it's a very well-known philosopher that split the mind and the brain into physical different identities. So, he split between mental processes and physical abilities, and he stated that the mind and the body are separate. However, they may interact with each other. He stated that the pineal gland was the means by the body and the spirit, the body and the mind would interact. This is known as the dualism of the Descartes. Later, Thomas Willis described that the blood circulation in the brain, and he theorized that all mental faculties reside in the corpus striatum, a structure that is very deep within the cerebral hemispheres. So, as you can see here, different contributions from different authors start to emphasize different features of the brain functioning and the relationship between the brain and the mind, or in their words, the brain and the soul. So, now let's just summarize the contents of today. So, neuropsychology studies the relationship between brain, mind, and behavior. The brain and antiquity was an object of studies between the Greeks. However, the brain was not the center of the mind, was not the center of the soul. And the cell doctrine was a notion that stems from 2000 years of different discoveries about the workings of the mind and the workings of the brain, and anatomic discoveries of the soul, which we called anatomic discoveries of the mind, were very important to establish the brain as the organ of the mind, or in their language, in their notions, the organs of the soul. Well, it's all for today. Don't forget to see the video description regarding today's theme to see the manuals and the books that I am recommending to you. Also, if you like what I'm doing here, please consider to subscribe and hit the bell for notifications. Welcome to Mind Brain Talks, and I hope to see you in the next video. Bye! Hello everyone! Welcome to Mind Brain Talks, the place where you find diverse and scientifically accurate information regarding psychology, neuropsychology, neurosciences and research methods every single week. My name is Bruno Faustino. I am a licensed clinical psychologist and neuropsychologist who's been working as a therapist, researcher and educator for the past few years. Here in Mind Brain Talks, I discussed and describe different topics related to psychology and neurosciences, and I try to explain them the best as I can for you to understand and for you to know something more about it. All videos here are just for educational purposes, and it's not intended to diagnose any psychiatric condition or neurological disorder. So, without further delay, let's jump for today's content. So, this is the second video related to the theme what is neuropsychology. As we saw in the previous video, there are lots of different perspectives that were developed through the centuries and were the fundamentals of the idea about how the brain may be the organ of the mind. In this video, we will expand the notion and we will see how it evolved from the center of the soul to be the center of the mind, the brain to be the center of the mind, and how it can be applied to different branches of neuropsychology. Of course, the scientific discipline of neuropsychology had evolved parallel with other scientific major branches, such as neurosciences, neurobiology, or even medicine. But now let's see how it evolved from earlier findings to the contemporary findings. So now let's look at the manuals that I recommend to you today. The first one is the Principles of Neuropsychology. The second one is the Fundamentals of Human Neuropsychology. The third is the Neuropsychology Handbook. The fourth is the Clinical Neuropsychology, the second edition from Jennifer Guard and John Marshall. The fifth is the Neuropsychological Assessment from Lezac. And the sixth is the Clinical Neuropsychology, a practical guide to assessment and management for clinicians. So now let's continue the second part of the video dedicated to the history of neuropsychology. So Franz Gall stated that the brain consists of a number of separate organs, each one responsible for basic psychological traits such as courage and friendliness. Franz Gall stated that the brain would also be explored by its geography, which is the notion of the borders at the time when people were discovering and mapping new continents. So, Franz Gall applied the notion of geography to brain exploration. Gall's basic theory defined of localization of brain functions, which is called the science of phrenology, which is how the phrenology was born. Gall's basic theory of localization was called phrenology. A given brain area is enlarged, then the corresponding area of the skull will also be enlarged, which is the notion that the brain may have some specific geography. Gall's theory was based on this assumption. In the beginning of 20th century, there were two major neuropsychologists that were very important to establish the idea of language and localization. These two major neuropsychologists are Broca and Wernicke. Let's look to their major contributions. So, before the 19th century, people knew little about the cortex and the brain. Scientific evidence supporting a localization position of different functions in the brain was not available till 1861. Paul Broca
found that motor speech was specifically located in the posterior inferior region of the left frontal lobe. Broca was also the founder of French anthropology. This is quite a curious fact. Broca's landmark contribution was in the understanding of the origins of aphasia, which is a neuropsychological syndrome. In Paris, he was a professor of surgery, which contributed most to the advancing of the field of brain anatomy. Broca presented 2 clinical cases to support his proposal for the locus of speech. So, he stated that individuals who had extensive injuries involving different brain areas, such as left posterior frontal lobe, corresponding paralysis on the right side of motor speech deficits. Again, this is the idea of a contralateral organization of motor speech. But in other respects, they appear to be intelligent and normal. So Broca started to note that individuals who have motor speech deficits had intelligent or normal other mental functions, which is an evidence of differentiated brain functionings based on different localizations. A decade after Broca's discovery, Carl van Eyck, another neuropsychologist that was very important to understand the speech phenomena, found that the understanding of speech was located in the superior posterior aspects of the temporal lobe, so a different area, a different brain area from motor speech production. So, van Eyck noted that no motor deficit accompanied a loss of speech or comprehension caused by a damage in this area. Only the ability to understand speech was disrupted, which means that motor production of speech may be localized in a different area from speech comprehension. So this was very important in the advancement of cortical localization. And this cortical deficit was called Wernicke aphasia, which is a loss of speech comprehension caused by damage in the area of superior posterior aspects of temporal lobe. Another patient that was very important on the understanding of cortical localization of brain functioning was Phineas Gage. Phineas Gage was an American railroad worker who survived a massive accident where a large iron rod was driven completely through his head. This iron rod destroyed much of his brain's left frontal lobe, and Phineas Gage had recovered from this accident. However, his family and his friends start to notice some modifications in his personality, which means that this could be related to destruction of specific brain area. Phineas Gage raised a number of issues and fostered a discussion in the 19th century about the brain localization of mental functions and fostered the debate between mind and brain interactions, which was very important on the development of neuropsychology as a scientific field.
Freud was also very important in the field of neuropsychology because he criticized the notion of localizationists.
There were some psychologists and some physicians that were critics of the cortical localization theory. Sigmund Freud criticizes Wernicke and Broca regarding localization of doctrine of aphasia. So Freud stated that the Broca and Wernicke area centers are nodal points in a general and complicated network of neurons. He proposed that Broca's and Wernicke areas were not self-acting agencies and their significance was simply due to their anatomic localization. Distinction between the ability to recognize an object and inability to name it is called agnosia, which is also a term that was coined to Freud. So, Pierre-Marie challenged Broca's findings by examining the preserved brains of the patients Broca had used to support his hypothesis of localization. Hermann Munk, experimental lesions in the association cortex of a dog produced temporary mind blindness. The animal could see objects but failed to recognize their significance. And Joseph Babinski introduced the term anosognosia, which means no knowledge of the disease, introducing the phenomenon of an awareness on the understanding of diseases. So, individuals may have some brain impairment, but they are not aware of this impairment. So here we are seeing
the fundamentals of a great debate that took place in the beginning of the 20th century, which was the discussion of localization theory against functional theory or functionalization theory. So on one hand we have localization theorists which state that brain functions are localized in specific areas in the brain, and the other theorist, the functional theorist, says that the brain functions, says that the mental functions are distributed through the entire brain. Now we have these two perspectives and we try to integrate them in a coherent manner to understand how individuals function and how individuals may have some lesions in different functions in different areas of the brain. So, this is also accompanied by the notion that neurons are the fundamental units of the nervous system. Heinrich Hertz emphasized a neuron theory, which is each nerve cell communicates with others through contiguity rather than continuity. He stated that the brain has neuronal unities and neurons are the cells of these unities. Also, he stated that there are some nerve fibers which are called the cell processes. One very important neuropsychologist in the 20th century was Luria. Luria developed a conceptual model of the brain functions where he defined three different major functional areas. He developed a conceptual model for understanding the organization of higher mental abilities or faculties and proposed that human behavior correlates with brain function. So, in his model, Luria developed three main conceptions about brain functioning. So, lower brainstem structures developed to maintain the tone and energy supply of the cerebral cortex. The cerebral cortex posterior to central sulcus or the fissure of Rolando are implying on the sensory impressions of visual, auditory and tactile nature and are identified, perceived and organized for comprehension. And 3. The cerebral cortex anterior to or in front of the central sulcus are specialized on the production and monitoring of motor responses. So these were the main neuropsychologists that help neuropsychology to reach to its form today. So now let's look at different kinds of or different branches from neuropsychology. So we can find different sub-areas here. Experimental neuropsychology, clinical neuropsychology, cognitive neuropsychology, forensic neuropsychology, and educational neuropsychology. Don't worry, in the future I will produce some videos talking about each one of these subfields, okay? So, clinical neuropsychology is more focused on the assessment and rehabilitation on neurocognitive deficits caused by brain injury, brain diseases, or brain malfunctioning. Forensic neuropsychology is focused on the study on how brain behavior relationships may help to assess criminal issues, and schools neuropsychologist is focused on how to foster neurocognitive processes related to learning and related to the acquisition of school contents. So typically, clinical neuropsychologists or neuropsychologists use standardized tests to assess different connections between brain functioning and behavioral actions. So, standardized tests are used to link cognitive and behavioral performance to specific neurocognitive processes. And neuropsychologists use individualized neuropsychology assessment to explore deficits and inform diagnosis. Standardization is known as the normative data, which allows comparisons between individuals who have brain deficits with individuals who do not have brain deficits. So this is some types of scales that neuropsychologists tend to use, such as Vesher Memory Scale, Wisconsin Card Sorting Test, or the Bentham Visual Retention Test. So also there are other methods that neuropsychologists use to explore the activity of brain functioning, which are functional magnetic resonance imaging, positron emission tomography, or computed axial tomography. Also, there are other projects that may foster neuropsychology as a field, which are animal brain models and artificial intelligence, or the use of electrophysiology, such as electroencephalography or magnetoencephalography. And neuropsychologists also use experimental tasks to measure reaction times and accuracy to explore performance in these same tasks. So what is important to know is that neuropsychology has lots of major what is important to know is that neuropsychology is a scientific field that studies the relationship between brain behavior and cognition, and starts to understand how the brain functioning impacts on neurocognitive processes and how neurocognitive processes impact on overt behavior. So this is a very important notion to have about the scientific purpose of neuropsychology. And now let's just summarize the contents of today. So in the beginning of the century there was a great debate between localization and cerebral function, which was very important to the development of new ideas and new concepts and new empirical findings regarding the connection between cognition, brain and behavior. Broca and Wernicke were very important on the idea of the localization of the motor speech production and speech comprehension. This notion was very important to understand about how the brain works within the speech phenomenon. Also, and actually, neuropsychology has different sub-areas and has different methods of research. Well, it's all for today. Don't forget to see this video's description regarding today's theme to see the manuals and the books that I used to develop a video like this. Also, if you like what I'm doing here, please consider to subscribe and hit the bell for notifications, which is very important to support my channel. Also, you can give a comment to express your mind and to express your thoughts and to say something about the themes that you've heard here today. Welcome to Mind Brain Talks, and I hope to see you in the next video. Bye! Hello everyone, welcome to Mind Brain Talks, the place where you find diverse and scientifically accurate information regarding psychology, neurosciences, neuropsychology, psychotherapy and research methods every single week. My name is Bruno Faustino. I am a licensed clinical psychologist and neuropsychologist who's been working as a therapist, researcher and educator for the past few years. In Mind Brain Talks, I discuss and describe topics from psychology to neurosciences, and I try to explain them the best as I can for you to understand and for you to know more about it. All contents here are just for educational purposes, and it's not intended to diagnose any psychiatric condition or neurological disorder. So, without further delay, let's jump for today's content. So, now let's look to the manuals that I recommend to you today. The first one is The Principles of Neurosciences from Eric Kandel. The second one is Neuroscience, Explore the Brain from Beer Connors and Paradiso. And the third is Neuroscience, a 6th edition from Purvis and Agustin. The fourth is Fundamental of Neurosciences for basic and clinical applications. The fifth is the 9th edition of Biopsychology, which is a very good manual. And the sixth from Michael Gazigna, the Cognitive Neurosciences, which is the 5th edition. So, this video is focused on neurosciences. Here I'll give to you a definition and I will describe some brief moments in history that help to shape the modern neurosciences. Also, I will describe to you the major branches of neurosciences and we can see how it is focused on specific research subjects, okay? So, let's go! So, and now let's see the definition of neurosciences.
Neuroscience or neural science is the scientific field that studies the nervous system and how the nervous system works and how it is structured and how it evolved and developed through time. Neuroscience is an interdisciplinary science that shares commonalities with other scientific disciplines such as biology, chemistry, psychology, computer sciences, and medicine. Neuroscience not only seeks to understand how the nervous system functions in the healthy conditions, but also it studies how the nervous system functions in neurodevelopmental, neurodegenerative, and psychiatric disorders. Neuroscientists may explore the relationships between brain, mind, and behavior from molecular level to complex overt behavior. Neuroscientists can specialize themselves in a wide range of fields, from neurobiology, neuroanatomy, neuropsychopharmacology to neuropsychology, which means that neurosciences it's a very wide field where different professionals can specialize themselves in different branches, but we will look to this in the future. So, neuroscience research methods may include fMRI, MEG, EEG or TMS, and neuroscience research methods may also include experimental tasks, neuropsychological batteries, or single-cell recordings. Don't worry, in the future I will produce some different videos focused on these specific research methods, okay? So now let's look to the main goals of neurosciences according to the Society of Neurosciences. The first goal is to understand the human brain and how it functions. The second goal is to understand and describe how the central nervous system develops, matures, and maintains itself. And the third, one main goal is to analyze and understand neurological and psychiatric disorders and discover methods to prevent or to heal them. Now let's look to a brief history of neurosciences. So, as you saw from the previous videos, Aristotle, the Greek philosopher, had a theory that the brain was blood cooling mechanism. Now we will jump to a more contemporary approach where Paul Broca worked with patients who had brain damage and concluded that different regions in the brain were involved in specific functions. Broca's area is responsible for speech production, and damage to this area during a stroke can lead to Broca's aphasia, which is the inability to produce accurate or coherent speech. Helmholtz in the 19th century measured the speed of which nerve cells produced electric impulses. So, as you can see, some parts of the history of neurosciences were covered in the previous video. So, you can look to that video and you can see in detail what happened during the story of neuropsychology of neurosciences. Camillo Golgi, an Italian physician and pathologist, used silver chromate salt to see what neurons look like. In the beginning of the 20th century, Santiago Ramón y Cajal, Spanish histologist and neuroscientist, hypothesized that neurons are independent nerve cell units. Also, in the beginning of the 20th century, Golgi and Cajal jointly received the Nobel Prize in Physiology for their work and categorizations of neurons in the brain. Since 1950s, research and practice in neurosciences fuel advances in our understanding of the brain, nervous system, and general neurosciences. So, as you can see here, there are lots of pieces that were missing from this video regarding the history of neurosciences. So, in the future I will produce a more length video with a more in-depth information where you can see how specific events in time and how specific contributions were the essentials to the understanding of how neural networks work and how the brain produces cognition and behavior. So now let's look to the major branches in neurosciences. Behavioral neuroscience focuses on the neurobiological basis of behavior to study how the brain relates to specific behaviors. Molecular and cellular neurosciences studies the form, the physiological and molecular properties of neurons and how they make up the brain and the nervous system as we know. Affective neurosciences is the exploration on how neurons and complex neural networks behave in relationship to emotions and affective processing. Cognitive neurosciences is focused on the study of the neural basis of cognition. It draws from psychology, cognitive science, linguistics and philosophy. Clinical neuroscience is the study of disorders of the nervous system. And computational neuroscience is the application of advanced computer simulations to study how the brain computes information. Social neuroscience studies how neurobiological systems relate to behavior and social interactions. Developmental neurosciences studies the development of the nervous system at the cellular level. And neuroimaging, which is a medical imaging that concentrates on the brain. So, research in neurosciences inform different clinical approaches. When we look to medicine, we can see that neurosciences inform neurology, psychiatry, neurosurgery, neuropathology, and so forth. In psychology, research in neurosciences informs clinical psychologists, psychotherapists, and clinical neuropsychologists. So, research in neurosciences may also inform physiotherapy, such as rehabilitation methods and different techniques. So, this is not an extensive approach, okay? There are lots of clinical approaches that neurosciences inform that were not listed here. So, this is not an extensive list, okay? So, take this in mind. So, now let's just summarize the contents of this video. So, we look to the definition of neurosciences, which mainly is the study of nervous system. We look to the history of neurosciences and we look how it develops in research methodologies. Also, we look to the major branches of neurosciences, which is behavioral, clinical, cognitive, molecular neurosciences. So, as you can see, this is just a short video to explain to you the fundamentals of neurosciences from definition to its major branches. So in the future I will produce more videos that will describe you with more depth these domains of this scientific field, okay? So it's all for today. Don't forget to see the video's description regarding today's theme, to look to the manuals that I recommend to you. Also, if you like what I'm doing here, please consider to subscribe and hit the bell for notifications. Welcome to Mind Brain Talks, and I hope to see you in the next video. Bye! Hello everyone! Welcome to Mind Brain Talks, the place where you find diverse and scientifically accurate information regarding psychology, neuropsychology, neurosciences and research methods every single week. My name is Bruno Faustino. I am a licensed clinical psychologist and neuropsychologist who's been working as a therapist, researcher and educator for the past few years. Here, in Mind Brain Talks, I discuss and describe different topics from psychology to neurosciences, and I try to explain them the best as I can for you to understand and for you to learn more about it. All contents here are just for educational purposes, and it's not intended to diagnose any psychiatric condition or neurological disorder. So, without further delay, let's jump for today's content. So, today's video is focused on neurodevelopmental and neurocognitive disorders according to the DSM-5. So, if you're curious about how the DSM-5 rearranged these two categories, this is a video right for you. This is just a brief descriptive video, therefore I will not detail specific criteria for each disorder, okay? But in the future, I will make some different videos where I will look specific to diagnostic criteria of each disorder, okay? So now let's see how the DSM-5 rearranged these two clusters of neurodevelopmental and neurocognitive disorders. According to the DSM-5, neurodevelopmental disorders are a group of conditions with onset in the developmental period. The disorders typically manifest early in development, often before the child enters the grade school,
and are characterized by developmental deficits that produce impairments on personal, social, academic, or occupational functioning. The range of developmental deficits varies from very specific limitations of learning or control of executive functions to global impairments of social skills or intelligence. So, the first category is intellectual disabilities, which encompass intellectual disability, global developmental delay, and unspecified intellectual disability. We have communication disorders, language disorder, speech sound disorder, childhood onset fluency disorder, social communication disorder, and unspecified communication disorder. Another category is autism spectrum disorder, which is a new category. In DSM-5, the category of Asperger disorder was mixed with autism disorder, and then this category was developed, which is the autism spectrum disorders. And individuals may be diagnosed from mild to severe autism spectrum disorder. But I will describe this in the future videos, okay? So another category is attention deficit and hyperactivity disorders, which encompass attention deficit and hyperactivity disorder, which is the most common, other specified attention deficit and hyperactivity disorder, and unspecified attention deficit and hyperactivity disorder. Here we may also specify that there is a predomination in attention deficit or in hyperactivity, but we will see this in the future. So another two categories are specific learning disorder and motor disorders. And in specific learning disorders we have language disorder, mathematics, and in motor disorders we have developmental coordination disorder and stereotypic movement disorder. We also have tic disorders, which encompass Tourette's disorder, persistent motor or vocal tic disorder, provisional tic disorder, other specific tic disorder, and unspecified tic disorder. We also have other developmental disorders, which are other specified neurodevelopmental disorder and unspecified neurodevelopmental disorder. In many diagnostic criteria, here in DSM-5, you may specify the intensity or the severity of each disorder. So, typically we can describe each disorder from mild, moderate, severe, or profound. But in the future, we will take a deep look on these specific criteria, okay? So now let's see the neurocognitive disorders according to DSM-5. So, according to DSM-5, neurocognitive disorders, previously known as dementia, begin with delirium, followed by the syndromes of major neurocognitive disorders and mild cognitive disorders. The neurocognitive disorders that were previously referred as dementia, here in DSM-5 begin with delirium, followed by other syndromes. The neurocognitive category encompasses the group of disorders in which the primary clinical deficit is in cognitive function and that are acquired rather than developmental. So individuals acquire this type of disorders. Although cognitive deficits are present in many, if not all, mental disorders, however, only disorders whose core features are cognitive are included in the neurocognitive category. So, the neurocognitive disorders are those in which impaired cognition has not been present since birth or very early life, and thus represents a decline from a previously attained level of functioning. So, individuals acquire this type of disorders and then they start to have impairments in global functioning. The first is delirium, which may be substance intoxication or withdrawal delirium, medication-induced delirium, delirium due to another medical condition, delirium due to multiple etiologies, other specified delirium, and unspecified delirium. So, now let's look to the major and the mild neurocognitive disorders. The first is Alzheimer's disease, frontotemporal disease, Lewy body disease, vascular disease, traumatic brain injury, substance or medication use, AIDS infection, prion disease, Parkinson's disease, Huntington disease, another medical condition, and multiple etiologies or unspecified disease.
Well, it's all for today. Don't forget to see the video description regarding today's theme to see the manual that I recommend to you. Also, if you like what I'm doing here, please consider to subscribe and hit the bell for notifications. Welcome to Mind Brain Talks, and I hope to see you in the next video. Bye! Hello everyone, welcome to Mind Brain Talks, the place where you find diverse and scientifically accurate information regarding psychology, neuropsychology, neurosciences and research methods every single week. My name is Bruno Faustino. I am a licensed clinical psychologist and neuropsychologist who's been working as a therapist, researcher and educator for the past few years. Here I discuss and describe topics from psychology to neurosciences, and I try to explain it the best as I can for you to understand and for you to learn something more about it. All research here are just for educational purposes, and it's not intended to diagnose any psychiatric condition or neurological disorder. So, without further delay, let's jump for today's content. So today I'll talk about interpersonal neurobiology. We will take a brief look on the major aspects of this framework, and we will see how it gathers specifically aspects from the mind, the brain and relationships. But first, let's see the manuals that I recommend to you today. So the first manual is The Developing Mind from Daniel Siegel. The second manual is Neurosciences for Clinicians from Luis Cozzolino. And the third is Interpersonal Neurobiology and Clinical Practice, also from Daniel Siegel. And now, let's see what is interpersonal neurobiology. Interpersonal neurobiology is an integrative or interdisciplinary framework focused on human development and functioning. It was developed by Daniel Siegel, which is a psychiatrist in the 90s. So, it gathers different scientific disciplines such as neurosciences, psychology or anthropology to describe interactions between mind, brain and relationships. According to interpersonal neurobiology framework, the mind is viewed as a process that regulates the flow of energy and information through neuronal systems. These complex neuronal systems within interpersonal experiences can reshape genetically programmed maturation of the nervous system. And early interpersonal experiences may have an impact on brain development, and this may be the core of attachment disorders. So Daniel Siegel describes a model where we can find the simplified interactions between different brain structures to describe mind-brain relationships. The first brain structure is the brainstem, which is responsible for body regulation, such as heartbeat, stomach secretions, and autonomous nervous system. Hippocampus, which is responsible for explicit and declarative memory. Amygdala, which is responsible for containing implicit memories and fear emotional responses. And the prefrontal cortex, which is responsible for higher function human abilities, such as complex thinking, decision making, or even emotion regulation. So, complex neural networks are integrated in the prefrontal cortex, and it controls 9 essential neurobiological and interpersonal functionings. So, body regulation, communication attunement, affective regulation, response flexibility, fear responses or fear modulation, the expression of empathy and the ability of insight, and also the ability of awareness or self-awareness and intuition. So, these 9 essential neurobiological functions are regulated by complex neural networks which are integrated in the prefrontal cortex. So, this is the basis for the interpersonal neurobiology framework. Also, according to interpersonal neurobiology framework, the mind has 4 major facets. Subjective experience, which relates to one's experience of subjective feelings and perceptions. consciousness, which is being aware of the self and being aware of the others, different cognitions, emotions, intentions, and needs. Information processing, which is also related to sequential and parallel processing of different information from human spheres, such as thoughts, emotions, behavior, or motivations. And self-organization, which is related to the structure of different parts of the mind. So, according to Interpersonal Neurobiology framework, the mind has these major four areas: subjective experience, consciousness, information processing, and self-organization. And now, let's look how interpersonal neurobiology looks to attachment and interpersonal relationships. Interpersonal neurobiology is focused on how relations and attachment relates to mind or brain functioning. So, there is a bidirectional interchange between heritability and environment. Neural networks, which encode dysfunctional experiences, may develop thicker axons and more dendrites. And these systems, when stimulated, these networks have more likely to fire and affect behavior, because these systems may be related to a survival mechanism. So, dysfunctional experiences are encoded in neural systems between the amygdala and the brainstem, which are strengthened by repetition or biases. And human experiences shapes neural systems that influences how the mind will develop. So, these experiences has impacts in neural systems, which produce some alterations in memory, emotion, awareness, flexibility, or even self-regulation. So, according to this framework, there are 9 domains of integration that are strictly associated with mental health. So, these 9 domains are consciousness, bilateral brain integration, brain connections from the brainstem to prefrontal cortex, integration of different aspects of the memory, also integrated different aspects of the narratives, which is the way how we make sense, how we make meanings from our inside worlds, integration of states of mind, integration of interpersonal communication with the others, integration of aspects of the passage of time within our lives and within our brains, and integration of identity, which means our sense of agency and belonging. So, according to Interpersonal Neurobiology framework, it is essential that we can integrate these 9 domains to engage in a healthier way of life and have a better mental health. So now let's just summarize the contents of today. So, interpersonal neurobiology may be viewed as an interdisciplinary framework and is focused on the brain-mind relationships. Also, it has a great emphasis in relationships and attachment, and has 9 domains of integration that are related with mental health. So, this is just an introductory video to show you what is interpersonal neurobiology. So, don't worry, in the future we have lots of time to engage in deeper explanations, okay? Well, it's all for today. Don't forget to see the video description regarding to this theme in order to see the manuals and the books that I recommend to you. Also, if you like what I'm doing here, please consider to subscribe and hit the bell for notifications. You can use the comment section below to express your thoughts and to express your mind. Let me know what you think about all of this. Welcome to Mind Brain Talks, and I hope to see you in the next video. Bye! Hello everyone, welcome to Mind Brain Talks. Bruno Faustino here. Coronavirus outbreak is a global health threat and has been defined as pandemic by the World Health Organization. It has spread through more than 114 countries and killed more than 4,000 people. This is a very serious threat that we all have to deal as a whole. It is very important that you stick with official resources to check for correct information. So you may check this video's description to see links for official resources. As a mental health professional, I will also give you here some scientifically accurate information for you to understand and for you to know more about coronavirus. So stay to the end of the video. And now let's see what is coronavirus. Coronavirus are a large family of viruses that cause illness ranging from the common cold to more severe diseases such as Middle East Respiratory Syndrome and Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome. Coronavirus disease, or COVID-19, is a new strain that has not been previously identified in humans. However, it was first reported in December in 2019 in China. Coronavirus are zoonotic, meaning that they are transmitted between animals and people. Detailed investigations found that SARS was transmitted by civet cats to humans and MERS from dromedary camels to humans. Several known coronavirus are circulating in animals that have not yet infected humans. Common signs of infection include respiratory syndromes, fever, cough, shortness of breath and breathing difficulties. Also, in more severe cases, infection can cause pneumonia, severe acute respiratory syndrome, kidney failure and even death. So it is very important that you protect yourself and others. The World Health Association has these standard recommendations that I will give you to now. Standard recommendations to prevent infection spread include regular hand washing, covering mouth and nose when coughing and sneezing, and even when you're cooking. Avoid close contact with anyone who's showing symptoms of respiratory illness such as sneezing and coughing. So, this is a map from World Health Association where you can find all countries and areas and all the known cases to the moment. So if you want to check it, please see the video description below. Well, it's all for today. Don't forget to see the video description to see the links for the official sources. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe to support the channel. Follow your local health policy and protect yourself. Stay safe. I hope to see you in the next video. Bye. Hello everyone, welcome to mindbraintalks. Bruno Faustino here. Coronavirus outbreak is a global health threat and is defined as a pandemic by the World Health Association. It has spread more than 114 countries and killed more than 4,000 people. It is very important that you take some preventive measures to protect yourself and to protect others. It is very important that you stick with the official sources to get some accurate information. As a mental health professional, I'll give you some generic guidelines that you should apply to yourself to protect yourself and to protect others. These guidelines are given by the World Health Association and they are measures to stop the spread of the infection. So now let's look to these generic guidelines. But first, let's see what is coronavirus. Coronavirus are a large family of viruses that cause illness ranging from the cold and from more severe respiratory illness such as Middle East Respiratory Syndrome and Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome. Coronavirus disease is a new strain that was discovered in 2019 and has not yet been previously identified in humans. It was first reported in December in 2019 in China. It has symptoms like pneumonia, just like fever, flu-like symptoms such as coughing, throat and fatigue, shortness of breath, severe acute respiratory syndrome, or kidney failure. So, what you should do to prevent the spread of virus? First, you should practice good hygiene and social distancing.
Okay, this is the two main measures that you may use and you may apply to yourself to prevent the spread of virus. Also, if you have a confirmed case, you need to self-quarantine to prevent it to spread to other people. Okay? So, what good hygiene implies? Covering your sneezes with your elbow or a tissue, disposing these tissues properly, washing your hands often with soap and water before and after eating, or going to toilet. Using alcohol-based hand sanitizers. Also, good hygiene includes cleaning and disinfecting surfaces, avoiding contact with others, and staying 1.5 meters away. Again, cleaning and sanitizing frequently used objects, such as mobile phones, keys, and wallets. So now let's look to social distancing, okay? Let's see what social distancing implies. Stay at home for protective isolation, avoiding large public gatherings, again keeping distance 1.5 meters between you and other people, and minimizing physical contact, especially with people at higher risk. It is very important to know that surgical masks are only helpful in preventing people who have coronavirus disease from spreading it to others. If you don't have coronavirus, you should not use surgical masks because it has no scientific purpose. Also, there is not a vaccine for coronavirus yet, but there is lots of vaccines to flu. And don't forget, if you want to protect yourself and others, you should search your local healthcare for support. So, it's very important that you apply these two generic measures to yourself. Practice a good hygiene and practice social distancing. These are two measures that are very important to contain the virus. Don't forget to see the video description regarding today's theme to see the links for the official sources. Also, if you like what I'm doing here, consider to subscribe to support the channel. Follow your local health policy guidelines. Stay safe. I hope to see you in the next video. Bye!
Hello everyone, welcome to mindbraintalks. Bruno Faustino here. Coronavirus outbreak is a serious world threat and has been considered as pandemic by the World Health Organization. It has spread through 114 countries and killed more than 10,000 people. It is very important that you stick with official authorities to have accurate data. In this sense, you can look to the video description below to see the links for the official resources. As a mental health professional, I will give you here some information about how to deal with coronavirus anxiety. It is pretty natural that you feel some stress or anxiety related to this pandemic outbreak. In this video, I'll give you some generic guidelines and strategies that you can apply to yourself to manage and to cope with stress or anxiety symptoms related to coronavirus. So please stay to the end of the video to acknowledge these strategies. But first things first, let's see what is coronavirus. Coronavirus are a large family of viruses that cause illness ranging from the common cold to more severe, such as Middle East Respiratory Syndrome and Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome. Coronavirus disease, COVID-19, is a new strain that was discovered in 2019 and has not been previously identified. It was first reported in 2019 in China. Coronavirus has symptoms similar to pneumonia, such as fever, flu-like symptoms, shortness of breath, severe acute respiratory syndrome, or even kidney failure. Now that we know what is coronavirus, I'll give you some definitions about stress and anxiety, and I'll list some symptoms that you may feel regarding coronavirus. Stress may be defined as a normal organistic reaction related to a triggering or challenging situation, generally related to a short-term experience. On the other hand, anxiety is an emotion characterized by feelings of tension, worry thoughts, and physical changes. These changes may also be felt in blood pressure, and these changes tend to endure in time. So, common signs of distress from stress and anxiety may be feeling stressed or overwhelmed, feel anxiety, worry or fear, sadness, tearfulness or loss of interest, physical symptoms such as increased heart rate, stomach upset, low energy or other uncomfortable sensations. We also find symptoms of frustration, irritability or anger, feelings of helplessness, difficulty concentrating or sleeping, isolating or withdrawing from others, and fear of going to public spaces. Now that you know the difference between stress and anxiety, and you know some symptoms that are related to them, let's look to specific strategies that you can apply to yourself to manage and to deal with stress and anxiety symptoms. Follow your local health policies to be safe, which means that you should protect yourself and others. Respect your local government and rules and public health guidelines. Practice hygiene and presential social distancing and not social isolation, okay? It's important that you know the difference. Acknowledge your feelings. Notice what you're feeling and express it. Take deep breaths and try to relax. Keep activities that you like, such as seeing a movie or reading a book. So, it's very important that you keep connected with others, because stay connected can bring you a sense of comfort, security and stability. And share your feelings and worries. Do not keep it for yourself. Another strategy that is very important and you can apply to yourself is to keep things in perspective. You know, crises are transitory events and they all have a beginning and a end. Every pandemic crisis has come and gone through time, okay? So, also you can keep hope, confidence and optimism. A positive attitude and resilience is very important in these situations. Another strategy that you can use to cope with anxiety is maintain your day-to-day normal activities, such as eat healthy, have well-balanced meals, try to exercise if you can. Another strategy is, and this strategy is very important, avoid too much exposure to news and social media. It can be upsetting or distressful if you are always hear about COVID-19. So if you take some breaks, it could be very useful to calm yourself and to reduce anxiety. Balance your ratio between your rest and your work. Try to not to focus too much in one thing or the other, okay? Keep a balanced daily schedule. Help others if possible. Helping others may give you a sense of meaning and usefulness, and not only this sense of meaning and usefulness tend to calm anxiety symptoms. Also, seek accurate information. Finding credible sources and finding information that you can trust, and these informations normally tend to be correct, and correct information tend to be a very good strategy to calm down anxiety symptoms. So understand the real situation without overreacting. And finally, seek help if you need. If this stress impacts your life, please talk to a mental health care professional and check your symptoms. So these are the generic strategies that you can apply to yourself to manage and to deal with stress and anxiety symptoms. Some strategies may not apply to yourself, so you can pick one that makes sense to you. Well, it's all for today. Don't forget to see the video description to see the links for the official sources. Also, if you like what I'm doing here, don't forget to like and subscribe to support the channel. Stick with official authorities and stay safe. I hope to see you in the next video. Bye! Hello everyone, welcome to Mind Brain Talks. Bruno Faustino here. Coronavirus outbreak is a serious world threat and has been defined as pandemic by the World Health Organization. To now, it has spread from more than 114 countries and killed more than 10,000 people. So, it is very important that you follow your local health policy and stick with official sources. As a mental health professional, I will give you some official links that you can check if you want to see accurate data. So please look to the video's description below. So, this video is related to children. How to manage anxiety symptoms or stress symptoms related to coronavirus in children. I will give you some generic strategies that you can apply to children and teenagers to reduce or to manage anxiety symptoms related to coronavirus. But first, let's see what is coronavirus. Coronavirus are a large family of viruses that cause illness ranging from the common cold to more severe diseases such as middle respiratory syndrome and severe acute respiratory syndrome. Coronavirus disease or COVID-19 is a new strain that was discovered in 2019 and has not been previously identified in humans. It was first reported in December 19 in China. It has symptoms like pneumonia, such as fever, flu-like symptoms, shortness of breath, severe acute respiratory syndrome, or kidney failure. So now that you know what is coronavirus and some related symptoms, let's see what is anxiety and typical symptoms that children may feel. It is important to know that stress and anxiety may have different manifestations in children. Children and teens react in part on what they see from the adults around them. When parents and caregivers deal with COVID-19 calmly and confidently, they can provide the best support for their children. Parents can be more reassuring to others around them, especially children, if they are better prepared. So, in this video, I'll give you some generic strategies for you to be prepared to deal with anxiety and stress symptoms in children. So, not all children and teens respond to stress in the same way. Some may manifest crying or irritation, returning to behaviors they have outgrown, for example, toileting accidents or bedwetting, too much worry or sadness, unhealthy eating or sleeping habits, irritability or acting out, poor school performance, difficulty in attention or concentration, avoidance of activities enjoyed in the past, headaches, or in teens the use of alcohol or tobacco, or even other drugs. It is important to know that your kids may manifest one or two of these symptoms, okay? So, if you are aware of these symptoms, you can apply some strategies to deal with them. Now that you know what is anxiety and some related symptoms, let's see some generic strategies that you can apply to children or teenagers to help them to manage and to cope with anxiety. What you can do? You can reassure and encourage. Tell them that they are safe and they will be safe. Tell them to talk about how they feel. Also, tell them they can ask questions and answer to these questions with plain language appropriate to their age. Be honest, but avoid too much details about the illness, which may cause some distress and anxiety. And you also can use some metaphors and games. Another strategy is, you can validate their emotions. Tell them that it's okay to feel upset and it's normal to feel upset in these situations. Tell them that it's good to talk about these things and try to make them feel better. Reassure them to share what they are upset and you should validate this, okay? Be understanding and mindful. Know that children may have different reactions in stressful events. Be patient and reassure if this happens. Another strategy is, give your children extra love, attention and support. Try to strengthen the emotional bond. Stay focused on their emotions and needs. Say clearly that you love him or love her and say that everything will be alright. So, This strategy is also very important. Be a role model. Remember that children look to their parents to feel safe and to know how to respond. Maintain your calmness and your tranquility. It's very important. Be optimist and positive about the present and the future. Another strategy is limit your family's exposure to news. Excessive exposure to social media may have some impact on sleeping and on anxiety symptoms. Try to keep normal routines. Meal times, bedtimes, however, allow them to get out and play and to go to park if possible, okay? It's only if it's possible. So, take breaks, get plenty of sleep and exercise. Also, don't forget that children should all eat well, okay? Do not change their meal times. So, you may also have some attention on this. Opportunity to balance play and school. Develop new enjoyable activities in family, so play with them, and play didactic games. And when possible, you should refocus the attention to schoolwork. An optimal balance between these two things may be very good to children to stay focused on, for one side, in playing games and on the other side in schoolwork. And of course, follow your local health policy to be safe. Protect yourself and others. Respect your local government rules and health guidelines. Well, it's all for today. Don't forget to see the video description to see the links to official sources. Also, if you like what I'm doing here, please consider to subscribe and hit the bell for notifications to support the channel. Follow your local health policy and stay safe. I hope to see you in the next video. Bye! Hello everyone, welcome to mindbraintalks. Bruno Faustino here. Coronavirus outbreak is a serious world health threat and has been considered as pandemic by the World Health Organization. It has spread through more than 150 countries and killed more than 15,000 people. So, it's very important that you to stick with official authorities to have accurate data and to know how to proceed to protect yourself and to protect others. As a mental health professional, I'll leave here some links that you can check to see accurate data. So, this video is focused on how to cope with social distancing and self-isolation. These are two fundamental measures that many countries are adopting in order to stop the infection of coronavirus. However, these measures may have some impacts in mental health. In this sense, I'll give you here some strategies that you can use to cope with social distancing and self-isolation. So, stay to the end of the video. But first, let's see what is coronavirus. Coronavirus are a large family of viruses that cause illness ranging from the common cold to more severe diseases such as middle respiratory syndrome and severe acute respiratory syndrome. Coronavirus disease, or COVID-19, is a new strain that was discovered in 2019 and has not been previously identified in humans. It was first reported in December 19 in China. It has symptoms like pneumonia, such as fever, flu-like symptoms, shortness of breath, severe acute respiratory syndrome, or kidney failure. Now that you know what is coronavirus and some related symptoms, let's see the difference between social distancing and self-isolation. So, as you know, social distancing and self-isolation are steps you can do to reduce social interaction between people to slow the transmission of the virus, okay? This is two main measures that all governments are implementing. So now let's see the difference between social distancing and self-isolation. Social distancing implies to avoid crowds and places where you are likely to come into close contact with others. These places are transports, large gatherings and events. Social isolation implies to avoid all social contact, remaining in your home and only allowing essential visitors. This is also related to self-quarantine. So, social distancing means that you need to stay away at least 2 meters from other people, and self-isolation means that you should stay at home and avoid all social contact, okay? So, if you engage in these 2 measures, you may have some psychological symptoms such as frustration, loneliness, boredom, anxiety, worry or fear of uncertainty, sadness, lack of hope, preoccupation or anguish. Now that you know the difference between social distancing and self-isolation, and you know some related symptoms, let's see how you can cope with these symptoms, okay? The first strategy is keep connected with others. Stay connected with your family, friends and neighbors. Connection can bring a sense of comfort, security and stability. Share your feelings and don't keep it for yourself. Keep things in perspective. Crises are transitory events that have a beginning and an end. Every pandemic crisis has come and gone through time, okay? Keep hope, confidence and optimism. A positive attitude and resilience may also boost your self-esteem. So, please take these strategies in mind. Another strategy is acknowledge your feelings. Notice what are you feeling and try to express it. Take deep breaths and try to relax. Use some soothing activities, such as a hot shower, reading a book, or even see a movie. And don't forget to keep activities that you like. Another strategy that is very important is to focus on social mentality. Really, you're not alone. We are all passing by similar situations and you may think that we are all in the same boat. So everyone is passing by similar situations. Also, if you are practicing self-quarantine or social distancing, you are adopting some measures to protect yourself and to protect others. Another strategy is get creative and learn something new. Explore past hobbies and explore new activities such as doing some puzzles or writing. Write down what you're feeling. Start a blog or start a diary. Or you can take an online course. Keep yourself occupied. This strategy is also very important. Maintain your day-to-day normal activities if possible. Eat healthy, exercise regularly and try to sleep well. And if possible, you could work from home. Another strategy is to seek accurate information. Find incredible sources that you can trust and try to avoid the fear and panic. Seek official information. Also, avoid too much exposure to news. Take breaks from watching, reading or listening to news stories. It can be upsetting if you are always hear about crisis and this pandemic outbreak, okay? So, if you need to take a break, please take it. Another strategy is seek help when you need. If this stress impacts your life, please talk to a mental health care professional. Check your symptoms and check your prescribed medication, okay? And finally, follow your local health policies to be safe. Again, protect yourself and protect others. Respect local government rules and health guidelines. This is very important. If you are respecting this, you are protecting yourself and you are protecting others. Well, it's all for today. Don't forget to see the video description to see the links for official sources. Also, if you like what I'm doing here, please consider to subscribe to support the channel. Follow your local health policy. Stay safe, and I hope to see you in the next video. Bye! Hello everyone! Welcome to Brain Talks. Bruno Faustino here. Coronavirus outbreak is a serious world threat and has been defined as pandemic by the World Health Organization. It killed more than 16,000 people and is now spread worldwide. So it's very important that you stick with local authorities to stay safe and to protect yourself and to protect others. As a mental health professional, I've made here some videos that you can check talking about coronavirus. So you can see the links up here. And now let's see what this video is about. So this video is focused on the epidemiology of coronavirus. We will see the beginning and some numbers that are documented till now. I will describe some numbers that were published in 2 scientific articles, okay? So now let's look to them. So these are the 2 manuscripts that I've used to do today's video: Epidemiology and Pathogenesis of Coronavirus Disease Outbreak, and Epidemiology, Causes, Clinical Manifestation and Diagnosis, Prevention and Control of Coronavirus Disease during the early outbreak period, a scoping review. So I've taken some sentences from these articles and now let's look to them. So, in late December 2019, a cluster of patients was admitted to hospitals with an initial diagnosis of pneumonia of an unknown etiology. Patients were epidemiologically linked to seafood and wet animal markets in China. So, the World Health Organization named it coronavirus COVID-19 in 11 of February of 2020. From December 18 to December 29, 5 patients were hospitalized with acute respiratory distress syndrome. By January 2 of 2020, 41 admitted hospital patients had been identified as having laboratory-confirmed COVID-19. Patients were presumed to be infected in that hospital. So, COVID-19 is disseminated by unknown mechanisms. COVID-19 infection occurs through the exposure to the virus, and immunosuppressed and normal people appear to be vulnerable. Most adult patients were between 35 and 55 years old, and there were fewer identified cases among children and infants. It was suggested that the population that were more vulnerable to coronavirus was the ones who have poor immune function, such as older people and individuals with renal and hepatic dysfunction. Previous outbreaks of coronavirus include the severe acute respiratory syndrome and the Middle East respiratory syndrome. COVID-19 has larger transmissibility and pandemic risk than SARS-CoV because it has a higher effective reproductive number. This is a marker for larger transmissibility and pandemic risk. So the scientists describe that the average incubation for coronavirus it is from 7 days, ranging from 2 to 14 days. In 22 of January of 2020, a total of 571 cases of 2019 new coronavirus were reported in 25 provinces of China. So, the China National Health Commission reported the details of the first 17 deaths up to January 22. On January of 25, a total of more than 1,900 cases were confirmed to be infected by the COVID-19. In the end of January in 2020, more than 7,000 cases have been confirmed in China, and 90 other cases have also been reported from several countries, such as Taiwan, Thailand, Vietnam, Republic of Korea, United States, the Philippines, India, Australia, Canada, Finland, France, and more. The case fatality rate was calculated to be 2.2%. Chinese health authorities conclude that in February 7th, in 2019, there have been more than 31,000 people who have contracted the infection in China, and more than 1,600 people have died from this infection. The World Health Organization reported more than 51,000 confirmed cases, including more than 15,000 severe cases and more than 1,000 death cases in China. So, this is the world map from the World Health Organization that you can check. I will leave the link in the description below, and you can see the number of cases and the areas or the countries where these cases have been documented. So, if you want to know more, please check it. So, these are the last official epidemiological numbers described on the World Health Organization internet page. 375,498 confirmed cases.
16,362 confirmed deaths, and 196 countries or areas with coronavirus disease cases. Well, it's all for today. Don't forget to see the video's description to see the links to these two articles, okay? Also, if you like what I'm doing here, please consider to subscribe and hit the bell for notifications. Follow your local health policy and stay safe. I hope to see you in the next video. Bye! Hello everyone, welcome to mindbraintalks. Bruno Faustino here. Coronavirus outbreak is a serious world threat and has been defined as pandemic by the World Health Organization. As a mental health professional, I've made some videos talking about coronavirus to tell you how you can deal with anxiety or social distancing symptoms. So if you want to check them, please see up here. This video is a debunking video. In this video, I will describe to you why coronavirus was not made in a lab. Some people think that coronavirus may be a bioweapon, however, mainstream scientists say that coronavirus was not made in the lab. So now let's see what these scientists say. And don't forget to see the video's description to see the links to the articles that I've used today, okay? So let's see why coronavirus was not made in a lab. These are the articles that I've used to do the video. So I've taken some sentences from these articles and now let's look to them. There is a persistent myth that coronavirus called SARS-CoV-2 was made in a lab as a possible bioweapon. But mainstream researchers compared this novel coronavirus with other coronavirus known to infect humans, such as SARS, MERS with SARS-CoV-2. So coronavirus uses spikes, which are some proteins. They are called the grabber because they have the receptor binding domains, which works as a hook, and it allows virus to enter the cells. Researchers found that hook evolved to target a receptor on the outside of human cells called AC2. Effectiveness of these spike proteins were the result of natural selection and not genetic engineering. And now let's see why. Scientists have studied how SARS-CoV differs from SARS-CoV-2 with several key letter changes in the genetic code. Mutations in SARS-CoV-2 don't seem to work very well at helping the virus binding to human cells based on computer simulations. So scientists test some computer models and the mutations based on these computer models do not fit very well and do not bind very well with human cells. So this is why SARS-CoV-2 probably had evolved from natural selection and was not made in a lab, because scientists were not able to develop a good virus that binds with human cells. So, the molecular structure of COVID-19 is different from the known coronavirus and it's more similar to virus found in bats and penguins. And the author says, if someone were seeking to engineer a new coronavirus as a pathogen, they would have constructed it from the backbone of a virus known to cause illness, such as the SARS. So, Paul McRae says, we don't need to come up with far-fetched theories when the genome sequences and the characteristics of this virus support what we were seeing. So, scientists describe two main scenarios to describe or to explain where did the COVID-19 come from. The first scenario is humans contract the virus directly from an animal, such as civeds in the case of SARS and camels in the case of Middle East Respiratory Syndrome. A bat, which transmitted the virus to another intermediate animal, possible a penguin, and penguin brought the virus to humans. The other scenario is pathogenic features evolved only after the virus jumped from its animal host to humans, Some coronavirus that originated in pangolins have a hook structure such as SARS-CoV-2. So it's probably that a pangolin, either directly or indirectly, passed the virus onto a human host. And with contact with the human host, the virus may have evolved to the form that is known today. So, what can we retain from this video? The explanation is that scientists were unable to develop a virus based on computer models that fit with human genome, and the genetic makeup of the virus is similar to genetic makeup of other similar viruses. So it is likely to think that COVID-19 was developed through evolution and probably due to an intermediate host. So this is why coronavirus probably was not made in a lab. Well, it's all for today. Don't forget to see the video description to see the links to the articles that I've used. Also, if you like what I'm doing here, please consider to subscribe and hit the bell for notifications. Follow your local health policy and stay safe. Protect yourself and protect others. I hope to see you in the next video. Bye! Hello everyone, welcome to mindbraintalks, the place where you find diverse and scientifically accurate information regarding psychology, neuropsychology, neurosciences and research methods every single week. My name is Bruno Faustino. I am a licensed clinical psychologist and neuropsychologist who's been working as a therapist, researcher and educator for the past few years. Here in mindbraintalks, I discuss and describe different topics from psychology to neurosciences, and I try to explain them the best as I can for you to learn something more about it. All contents here are just for educational purposes, and it's not intended to diagnose any psychiatric condition or neurological disorder. So, without further delay, let's jump for today's content. Today's topic is related to clinical psychology. What is clinical psychology? What clinical psychologists do? I will try to answer these questions with this video. So, this video is very important to me because, as you know, I am a clinical psychologist and I am a researcher. In this sense, I will describe to you the essentials and the fundamentals of clinical psychology. I will describe here the major theoretical approaches that clinical psychologists use to identify and describe normal and abnormal behavior, and I try also to explain the differences between clinical psychology, psychotherapy and psychiatry. So please stay to the end of the video. So now let's look to the manuals that I recommend to you. The first is Introduction to Clinical Psychology. The second is the Oxford Handbook of Clinical Psychology. The third is the Clinical Handbook of Psychological Disorders, edited by David Barlow. The fourth is What Works for Whom, second edition from Peter Fonagy. The fifth is the Oxford Handbook of Research Strategies for Clinical Psychology. And the sixth is the Clinical Psychology, Science, Practice and Culture. And now let's see what is clinical psychology. Clinical psychology may be viewed as a branch of psychology, typically focused on applied psychology. It's focused on the assessment and intervention in mental health conditions and psychological disorders. Typically, clinical psychologists fundamental their basis on a research-informed practice. And clinical psychologists need a master or a doctoral degree to exerce this profession. So, in a more in-depth definition of clinical psychology, we pass by this. The field of clinical psychology integrates science, theory and practice to understand, predict and alleviate maladjustment, disability and discomfort, as well to promote human adaptation and adjustment and personal development. Clinical psychology focuses on the intellectual, emotional, biological, psychological, social and behavioral aspects of human functioning across the lifespan, in varying cultures and at all socioeconomic levels. Clinical psychology is focused on psychological assessment, which is a core skill of clinical psychologists. Typically they use clinical interviews and observations, neuropsychological tests, personality tests, intelligence and achievement tests, and clinical scales to understand behavior and to understand and differentiate abnormal and normal behavior. Clinical psychologists use this information to identify psychological functioning and the relationship of this psychological functioning to symptomatology. This information from psychological assessment tend to inform diagnosis, treatment selection, and prognosis. There are different theoretical orientations that clinical psychologists tend to perform in the university settings. So let's see the main theoretical orientations. So the first is psychodynamic psychotherapy or psychoanalysis. The second is cognitive or cognitive behavior oriented therapies. The third is humanistic or experiential approaches. The fourth is systemic or family system therapy. And the fifth, which is integrative psychotherapy, which is a form of psychotherapy that tends to have different views from every specific theoretical approaches and try to use the best of them to incorporate in a different view of case conceptualization and clinical decision making. As a clinical psychologist, my main theoretical roots are in cognitive behavior therapy and in integrative psychotherapy. In this sense, I have these two main theoretical approaches that can help me to understand normal behavior and abnormal behavior. In this sense, I am able to understand things from a theoretical standpoint from cognitive behavior therapy, from the first to the third generation, and I may also include some theoretical approaches from integrative psychotherapy, which is able to understand the main points and the main fundamentals of normal and abnormal behavior from different integrative theoretical points. In this sense, I can use two different views from clinical psychology, one focus in cognitive behavior therapy vision and one focus on integrative psychotherapy vision to understand and to identify normal behavior and abnormal behavior. And then I can use these visions to better conceptualize patients and to better select different treatment options. So, this is why I use an integrative perspective on case conceptualization and clinical decision making. So, but don't worry, in the future I will make different videos and explain to you what is cognitive behavior therapy and what is integrative psychotherapy. So, stay tuned! Clinical psychologists tend to work in different psychological disorders, such as anxiety and depression spectrum disorders, such as social anxiety, generalized anxiety disorder, depressive disorder, and so forth. Bipolar spectrum disorders, such as bipolar type 1 or type 2. Obsessive compulsive disorders, OCD, hypochondria, trichotillomania. And somatoform and physiological disorders, such as somatization, conversion disorder, and others. Another psychological disorders that clinical psychologists tend to work on is trauma, dissociation, and post-traumatic stress disorder. Eating disorders, addictive and impulse control disorders, psychotic disorders, sleep disorders, sex and gender dysphoria, and personality disorders. So, clinical psychologists may work in different settings such as private practice, healthcare services, public and private hospitals and health clinics, schools, universities, and health departments in diverse companies. Clinical psychology is very similar to psychotherapy, however, there are small differences between them. Psychotherapy is also rooted in psychological approaches, such as CBT, psychodynamic, integrative. Psychotherapy may be viewed as an specialization of clinical psychology. So, clinical psychologists, to be psychotherapists, they must do an specialization on specific approach, specific psychological approach, to develop more core skills on psychotherapy. It requires more 3 to 5 years of specialized training to develop new core skills or to enhance relational skills to be a psychotherapist. Psychotherapists tend to be a more specialized approach to psychological disorders. So, psychiatrists may also specialize themselves in psychotherapy. It's the same to clinical psychologists, they must do the specialization to become a psychotherapist. And now let's look to the difference between clinical psychology and psychiatry. Clinical psychologists are trained in psychological methods and intervention tasks to deal with psychological disorders. They tend to have a more psychological and developmental view of mental illness. So clinical psychologists tend to have a more contextual view of psychological disorders. Now let's look to psychiatrists. Psychiatrists are medical doctors who normally use medication to treat psychiatric disorders, and they tend to have a more biological view of mental illness. So, if you have a more biological view of mental illness, they try to treat this mental illness with medication. On the other hand, psychologists try to treat psychological disorders through psychological methods, behavioral methods, cognitive methods, and relational methods, which is very different from the approach of psychiatry that normally use medication to treat psychiatric disorders. Normally, a combination of these two aspects may benefit the patient. So sometimes it's better to combine these two approaches. So a patient may have a psychiatrist and a clinical psychologist and a psychotherapist to work from relational methods to treat his illness. So both may have an integrated perspective of biological and psychological view of psychological disorders, which is the normally of today. Today, psychologists and psychiatrists, they both have a view where psychological disorders are the result of biological factors combined with environmental factors. That's why that an integrated and a combining approach from medication to psychotherapy or clinical psychology approaches may be a better option to treat, and they tend to have better results in clinical outcomes. So, as you are seeing here, psychotherapy may be viewed as an specialization of clinical psychology. Typically, mental health professionals who study to become psychotherapists are clinical psychologists and psychiatrists, because these are the ones who have a major theoretical background in psychological processes, and then they are able to understand how to apply psychotherapeutic principles within a therapeutic relationship and to apply these principles to enhance cognitive, emotional and behavior change. That's why these professionals are more qualified to become psychotherapists. However, they all must study more 3 to 5 years. It depends from country to country. It is important to know this is a brief video about clinical psychology and psychotherapy. There are many important topics that were left out from this video, so don't worry, in the future I will produce some different videos focused on these specific subjects, so stay tuned. So now let's just summarize the contents of today. We saw that clinical psychology is focused on mental health conditions and it's a branch of psychology. We saw also that clinical psychology is focused on the assessment and intervention in diverse psychological disorders. Psychological disorders have different spectrums and are diverse from anxiety to personality disorders. And clinical psychology is somewhat different from psychotherapy, and psychotherapy is somewhat different from psychiatry. Well, it's all for today. Don't forget to see the video description regarding today's theme to look to the manuals and the books that I recommend to you. Also, if you like what I'm doing here, please consider to subscribe and hit the bell for notification. You may use the comment section below to express your thoughts and to express your mind. Welcome to Mind Brain Talks, and I hope to see you in the next video. Bye! Hello everyone, welcome to Mind Brain Talks. the place where you find diverse and scientifically accurate information regarding psychology, neuropsychology, neurosciences and research methods every single week. My name is Bruno Faustino. I am a licensed clinical psychologist and neuropsychologist who's been working as a therapist, researcher and educator for the past few years. Here, I discuss and describe different topics from psychology to neurosciences, and I try to explain them the best as I can for you to understand and for you to learn something about it. All contents here are just for educational purposes, and it's not intended to diagnose any psychiatric condition or neurological disorder. So, without further delay, let's jump for today's content. Today's video is focused on psychotherapy. Today, I will describe to you the main theoretical approaches that clinical psychologists, psychotherapists and psychiatrists tend to use to understand and describe normal and abnormal behavior. Also, these theoretical approaches tend to have different forms or similar forms of case conceptualization and clinical decision making, and we'll take a brief look on them. So if you like psychotherapy, this is a video right for you. So now let's look to the manuals that I recommend to you. The first is Introduction to Clinical Psychology. The second, the Oxford Handbook of Clinical Psychology. The third, Clinical Handbook of Psychological Disorders. The fourth, What's Work for Whom, second edition, a critical review of psychotherapy research. The fifth, the Oxford Handbook of Research Strategies for Clinical Psychology. The sixth, Clinical Psychology, Science, Practice and Culture. The seventh, the Handbook of Psychotherapy Integration from John Norcross and Marvin Goldfried, which is a very good manual. Counseling and Psychotherapy Theories in Context and Practice. And the last one, a similar one to the previous, Theory and Practice of Counseling and Psychotherapy, the 6th edition from Richard Nelson Jones. So, now let's see what is psychotherapy. Psychotherapy is the informed and intentional application of clinical methods and interpersonal stances derived from established psychological principles for the purpose of assisting people to modify their behaviors, cognitions, emotions, and/or other personal characteristics in directions that the participants deem desirable. This is a very wide definition that came up from Norcross in 1990. This definition, it's a widely accepted definition, and that's why I'll give it to you here. So now let's look to different aspects of psychotherapy. Psychotherapy may be viewed as a specialization typically done by psychologists and psychiatrists. Typically, psychotherapy must be or may be symptom-focused or structurally or personality-focused, when an individual must structure some aspects of personality, or when individuals need to reduce some symptoms of anxiety, depression, anger, and so forth. Psychotherapy may unfold through different stages and may work through different mechanisms. However, we will look to this in the future, okay? And typically psychotherapists tend to use an evidence-based treatment, which is a treatment that has been studied in paradigm of a process and outcome. So now let's look to the major theoretical orientations. The first is psychoanalysis and psychodynamic psychotherapy. The second is behavior therapy. The third is cognitive and cognitive behavior-oriented therapies. The fourth is humanistic or experiential approaches. Systemic or family system therapy. And the last one is integrative psychotherapy. So now let's look a little bit more in detail these different theoretical approaches, and we'll try to see some essentials from each approach, okay? So let's go. So psychoanalysis and psychodynamic psychotherapy is the first one. Psychoanalytical approach was founded by Freud in the beginning of the 20th century and was focused on the unconscious domains of the human mind. Concepts of ego, id, superego, and transference were the main constructs from this theoretical approach. So Freud was the main proponent of this theoretical approach. However, Carl Jung and John Bowlby were also very important and had major contributions to psychoanalytic theory. However, during the 50s, 60s, and 70s, many new approaches were developed as alternatives to the traditional psychodynamic approach. And we can differentiate four main branches. Freudian psychology, ego psychology, object relation psychology, and self-psychology. And from this differentiation, different forms of therapy emerge, such as brief psychodynamic psychotherapy or, more recently, mentalization-based therapy. So, now let's look to behavior therapy. Behavior therapy applies theories of learning and conditioning to the understanding of human behavior and the treatment of behavioral and psychological problems. Typically, it's based on learning principles, operant and classical condition, and social learning theory. Eysenck, Skinner, Wolpe, and Lazarus were very important in the development of behavior therapy. So now let's look to cognitive or cognitive behavior-oriented therapies. Became popular during the 1970s and is based on the principle of the relationship between cognition, emotions, and behavior. Typically, cognitive or cognitive-oriented psychotherapists try to understand how cognitive structures, such as schemas, expectations, assumptions, or attributions, and cognitive processes, such as cognitive biases or distortion, tend to influence normal and abnormal behavior. Typically, we can call cognitive or cognitive behavior therapy as the first form of the integrative psychotherapy because it was the integration of behavioral and cognitive assumptions. So, in cognitive behavior therapy, there are different models and approaches. The first is the rational emotion behavior therapy from Ellis. The second and the most popular, cognitive therapy from Aaron Beck. The third, cognitive restructuring from Mahoney. The fourth, stress inoculation and self-talk from Mike and Baum. And the last one, the concept of self-efficacy from Bandura. So now we can have a third generation of CBT, which has incorporated mindfulness, acceptance, and self-compassion methods. The first is acceptance and commitment therapy. The second, compassion-focused therapy. The third, mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, and metacognitive therapy. There are lots of third generation CBT that were not mentioned here, okay? However, in the future, I will produce different videos where we can take a deep look on them, okay? So, as you are seeing, in cognitive or cognitive behavior-oriented psychotherapies, there are different approaches or different subfields that all share in common the main theoretical or the main principles underlying the cognitive behavior therapy, which is the cognition mediates the relationships between emotions and behavior. However, despite this theoretical assumption of the traditional cognitive behavior therapy, the third generation of cognitive behavior therapies added new assumptions which led to new theoretical principles and new clinical applications. But in future videos, we will explain these assumptions with more depth, okay? So now let's look to humanistic or experiential approaches. Typically, they employed philosophy, existentialism, and theories of human growth and potential to understand human behavior. They were focused on the patient's experience and phenomenology and offered warm empathy and unconditional positive regard. The humanistic approach that is more recognizable is the Carl Rogers approach, which was a client-centered and phenomenological approach. However, Maslow, Peirce, and Viktor Frankl are major theorists that were very important in expanding the humanistic approach. So now let's look to systemic or family systems therapy. Family systems approach emerged from the Bateson project during the 1950s and were focused on the utilization of the entire family in the understanding and treatment of psychological disorders. Typically, systemic psychotherapies focus on different aspects and functions of family relationships. Main authors that we can recognize from this approach are Bowen, Bertalanffy, Bronfenbrenner, and Belinsky. So now let's look to other theoretical approach, which is the integrative psychotherapy. This type of approach tries to combine different aspects of other theoretical approaches in order to develop a new case conceptualization and clinical decision making tailored specifically to the needs, styles of communication, and features or characteristics of each individual. So now let's look to this. Researchers and clinicians felt dissatisfied with strict adherence to one particular theory or theoretical orientation. So, They try to focus on integration of concepts, principles and strategies from different theoretical orientations to fit patients' characteristics and specific needs. So, this notion was based that every theoretical approach has some level of evidence. So, psychotherapists may use one of these four theoretical approaches to work within an integrative psychotherapy paradigm. The first is common factors, the second is theoretical integration, the third is technical equitism, and the fourth is integrative assimilation. In the future, I will produce different videos talking about these specific ways of psychotherapy integration, okay? So now let's look to some therapies that were based on one of these principles of psychotherapy integration. Clinical psychodynamics, trans-theoretical process of change, cognitive behavior simulation therapy, systematic treatment selection, and multimodal therapy. However, there are other forms of psychotherapies that were based in these four integration principles. So, emotion-focused therapy, schema therapy, metacognitive interpersonal therapy, paradigmatic complementary metamodel, and cognitive analytic therapy. So now let's just summarize the contents of today. Psychotherapy may be viewed as a specialization based on psychological approaches. When we look to psychotherapy, we can look to traditional approaches such as psychoanalysis, CBT, but we can also look to modern approaches such as third-generation CBT, brief psychodynamic, and we have this last theoretical approach, which is integrative psychotherapy, that is focused on the use of different elements from other theoretical approaches in order to enhance case conceptualization and clinical decision making. Well, it's all for today. Don't forget to see the video description regarding today's theme to see the manuals and the books that I recommend to you. Also, if you like what I'm doing here, please consider to subscribe and hit the bell for notifications. You may also use the comment section below to express your mind and to say something about it. Welcome to Mind Brain Talks, and I hope to see you in the next video. Bye! Hello everyone, welcome to Mind Brain Talks, the place where you'll find diverse and scientifically accurate information regarding psychology, neuropsychology, neurosciences and research methods every single week. My name is Bruno Faustino. I am a licensed clinical psychologist and neuropsychologist who's been working as a therapist, researcher and educator for the past few years. Here in Mind Brain Talks, I discuss and describe different topics from psychology to neurosciences, and I try to explain them the best as I can for you to understand and for you to learn something more about it. All research here are just for educational purposes, and it's not intended to diagnose any psychiatric condition or neurological disorder. So, without further delay, let's jump for today's content. So, this video is focused on personality disorders according to the DSM-5. I will describe to you what is a personality disorder, and I will also give some specific criteria that clinical psychologists and psychiatrists tend to use to identify and describe a personality disorder, okay? So, let's go. So, a personality disorder is an enduring pattern of inner experience and behavior that deviates markedly from the expectations of the individual's culture. This pattern is manifest in two or more of the following areas. Cognition, ways of perceiving and interpreting self and other people. Affectivity, the range, intensivity, liability and appropriateness of emotional response. 3. Interpersonal functioning. And 4. Impulse control. So, another criteria is the enduring pattern is inflexible and pervasive across a broad range of personal and social situations. The enduring pattern leads to clinical significant distress or impairment in social, occupational, or other important areas of functioning. the pattern is stable and of long duration, and its onset can be traced back to at least to adolescence or early adulthood. The enduring pattern is not better explained as a manifestation or consequence of another mental disorder. The enduring pattern is not attributable to physiological effects of a substance or another medical condition. So, as you are seeing, a personality disorder is defined as a pattern of experience, of emotions, thoughts and behavior that tend to be recurring from the early adolescence to adulthood. Individuals tend to manifest different forms of experience that has maladaptive functions in the self-functioning and interpersonal behavior. Individuals tend to manifest different symptomatology across the lifespan. So now let's look to specific criteria of personality disorders, because there are different major domains of specific personality disorder, okay? So let's look to them right now. So, as I said, personality disorders may be described in three major clusters, which is cluster A, cluster B, and cluster C. Individuals who are diagnosed with a cluster A personality disorder tend to have features of distrust, social detachment, perceptual distortions, and eccentricities of behavior patterns. Typically, we find in this cluster paranoid personality disorder, schizoid personality disorder, and schizotypical personality disorder. Individuals who are diagnosed in cluster B personality disorders tend to have features of disrespectful, emotionally unstable, attention-seeking, and grandiosity or need for admiration. Here we can find four personality disorders: antisocial personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, histrionic personality disorder, and narcissistic personality disorder. In cluster C personality disorders, individuals tend to manifest feelings of inadequacy, submissive behavior, and preoccupation with control. Here we can find avoidant personality disorder, dependent personality disorder, and obsessive-compulsive personality disorder. So there are another cluster of personality disorders that tend to manifest with different traits from the other personality disorders. So we can find a personality change due to another medical condition, other unspecified personality disorder, and unspecified personality disorder. These personality disorders tend not to be described as typically similar to the ones that were previously described.
So today's video was very short, but don't worry, in the future I will make a more in-depth video when we can look specifically for each personality disorder, okay? This video was just an overview on personality disorders. So if you like this topic, please stay tuned to see the future videos on this, okay?
So now let's just summarize the contents of today. We know that now a personality disorder is an enduring pattern of experience that starts in adolescence or early adulthood. Personality disorders may be described in three major domains. In cluster A we find paranoid, schizoid, and schizotypical. In cluster B we find antisocial, borderline, histrionic, and narcissistic. And in cluster C we find avoidant, dependent, and obsessive-compulsive. And there are the other domain of personality disorders that typically tend to describe individuals that do not match specifically with these criteria, okay? Well, it's all for today. Don't forget to see the video description regarding today's theme in order to see the manuals and the books that I recommend to you. Also, if you like what I'm doing here, please consider to subscribe and hit the bell for notifications. You may use the comment section below to express your mind and to express your thoughts. Tell me what you think about all of this. Welcome to Mind Brain Talks, and I hope to see you in the next video. Bye!
Hello everyone, welcome to mindbraintalks, the place where you find diverse and scientifically accurate information regarding psychology, neuropsychology, neurosciences and research methods every single week. My name is Bruno Faustino. I am a licensed clinical psychologist and neuropsychologist who's been working as a therapist, researcher and educator for the past few years. Here in mindbraintalks, I discuss and describe different topics from research findings of psychology and neurosciences, and I try to explain them the best as I can for you to understand and for you to learn something more about it. All contents here are just for educational purposes and it's not intended to diagnose any psychiatric condition or neurological disorder. So, without further delay, let's jump for today's content. Today I will talk about the transdiagnostic perspective on mental health. I will try to answer to the question of what is a transdiagnostic perspective on mental health. I will explain to you why there is this perspective on specific psychiatric disorders, and I'll try to say why it makes some sense when we look to some specific disorders, okay? Typically, this is used on the concept of emotional disorders. But first, let's look to what is a transdiagnostic perspective. So, now let's look to the manuals that I recommend to you today. The first is the Transdiagnostic Roadmap to Case Formulation and Treatment Planning. The second is Cognitive Behavioral Processes Across Psychological Disorder, a transdiagnostic approach to research and treatment. And the third is the Unified Protocol for Transdiagnostic Treatment of Emotional Disorders. Don't worry, in the future I will do a different video focused only on the construct of emotional disorders, okay? So, now let's see what is a transdiagnostic perspective. Transdiagnostic perspective is related to the increasing awareness that shared processes or mechanisms may work as the core basis for the development and maintain of different etiologies which operate across different or similar psychological disorders. A transdiagnostic process may be a label given to a mechanism which is present across disorders and which is either a risk factor or a maintaining factor for the disorder. This is a process that tends to predict a generalized factor which may be the cause of different psychological disorders. So, different examples of transdiagnostic processes may be related to attentional focus or attributional bias, pervasive beliefs, experiential avoidance and pervasive memories, distress intolerance, learned responses, or worry or preoccupation. So, this is just some examples of transdiagnostic processes. Now let's look to specific transdiagnostic processes associated to specific disorders, okay? So, when we look to intrusive memories, we can see that intrusive memories are present in depression, anxiety, PTSD, and eating disorders. Also, when we look to worry, we can see that worry is present in generalized anxiety disorder or depression. And when we look to the experiential avoidance or behavioral avoidance or emotional avoidance, we see that experiential avoidance is present in all anxiety disorders, okay? There are different anxiety disorders and we can see that experiential avoidance is present in all of them. So, we see that the transdiagnostic perspective is supported by high grades of current and lifetime comorbid at symptomatic level. There are similar vulnerability factors such as genes and environment, okay? We can see that different aspects of cognitive, affective, interpersonal and behavioral functioning are similar across different disorders, okay? And this is the key feature of this. We can see the same elements in different disorders. In this sense, we can see that some processes may be viewed as transdiagnostic processes or transdiagnostic mechanisms. Some examples of emotional disorders that tend to have some transdiagnostic processes are, for instance, anxiety spectrum disorders such as social anxiety, generalized anxiety, or post-traumatic stress disorder. Also, when we look to depression spectrum disorders, we can see major depressive disorder, bipolar disorder, or cyclotimic disorder,
which are disorders that tend to have the same cognitive, affective, interpersonal and behavioral processes that are shared in different disorders, from anxiety to depression. So this is just an introductory video on this subject, okay? Don't worry, in the future I will produce different videos focused on specific aspects of emotional disorders or in transdiagnostic perspective across disorders and across mental health. Well, it's all for today. Don't forget to see the video description regarding today's theme in order to see the manuals and the books that I recommend to you. Also, if you like what I'm doing here, please consider to subscribe and hit the bell for notifications. You can use the comment section below to express your thoughts and to express your mind. Let me know what you think about all of this. Welcome to Mind Brain Talks, and I hope to see you in the next video. Bye! Hello everyone, welcome to Mind Brain Talks, the place where you find diverse and scientifically accurate information regarding psychology, neuropsychology, neurosciences and research methods every single week. My name is Bruno Faustino. I am a licensed clinical psychologist and neuropsychologist who's been working as a therapist, researcher and educator for the past few years. Here in Mind Brain Talks, I discuss and describe different topics from psychology to neurosciences, and I try to explain them the best as I can for you to understand and for you to learn something more about it. All discussions here are just for educational purposes, and it's not intended to diagnose any psychiatric condition or neurological disorder. So, without further delay, let's jump for today's content. So, today I'll talk to you about emotional disorders. In the previous video, I showed you what is the transdiagnostic perspective, and now we will see how it can apply to a specific set of disorders that has a similar basis, that has similar etiologies and has similar factors, okay? So, let's go! So, now let's look to the manuals that I recommend to you today. The first is Introduction to Clinical Psychology. The second, the Oxford Handbook of Clinical Psychology. The third, Clinical Psychology Handbook of Psychological Disorders. The fourth, the Transdiagnostic Roadmap to Case Confirmation and Treatment Planning. The fifth is Cognitive Behavioral Processes Across Psychological Disorders, a Transdiagnostic Approach to Research and Treatment. And the sixth, the Unified Protocol for Transdiagnostic Treatment of Emotional Disorders from David Barlow. So, now let's see what is a transdiagnostic approach to emotional disorders. Emotional disorders is a term used to define a cluster of disorders who are primarily focused on the affective domain. It represents different aspects of pervasive emotional symptomatology, and this type of disorders do not have a discrete diagnostic category in DSM-5. These emotional disorders tend to have a neurobiological overlap, such as same genes or different environment tend to foster the same symptoms. So, there is an increased activation on the right hemisphere which is associated with emotional disorders. The corticotrophin release factor, CRF, tends to have some associations with stress, anxiety and depression. Also, in the emotional disorders we tend to see high grades of current of comorbid symptoms, and these symptoms tend to occur during lifetime. And the notion of emotional disorders tend to be supported by transdiagnostic perspectives in treatment protocols and outcomes. Some disorders may overlap in different features, such as processes and mechanisms. This is also supported by similar vulnerability factors, such as genes and environment. early maladaptive experiences, such as trauma, loss, and emotional neglect, which may also foster different emotional disorders. And some disorders may have the same aspects of cognitive, affective, interpersonal, and behavioral functioning, which means that maybe the same mechanisms are underlying different emotional disorders. So, examples of emotional disorders may be anxiety spectrum disorders, such as social anxiety, generalized anxiety disorder, or even post-traumatic stress disorder. And depression spectrum disorders, such as major depressive disorder, bipolar disorder, or cyclothymia disorder. Here you have the notion that these kind of emotional disorders are similar and they all have similar mechanisms underlying. So, an individual who has some emotional trauma may also exhibit some anxiety or some depression. So, emotional disorders are different from schizophrenia, which tends to be defined as a perceptual and thought disorder. Neurodevelopmental disorders such as ADHD, so emotional disorders is very different from neurodevelopmental disorders. And personality disorders. Emotional disorders tend to be described as axis 1 disorder, and personality disorders tend to be described as axis 2 disorders, which is very different. And there are different approaches of clinical psychology and psychotherapy that tend to focus specifically on transdiagnostic features of emotional disorders, such as cognitive behavior-oriented therapies. Typically, cognitive therapy has a diagnostic approach to specific diagnoses and has different approaches to transdiagnostic disorders. Acceptance and commitment therapy and dialectical behavior therapy are two major CBT, third generation CBTs that are focused specifically on transdiagnostic features of disorders. Schema therapy or emotion focused therapy, or even paradigmatic complementary meta model. These kinds of therapies are specifically focused on transdiagnostic or transtheoretical issues of psychological disorders. So, don't worry, in the future I will produce different videos focused on these specific approaches, okay? So, now let's just summarize the contents of today. So, we see that there are different disorders of emotions, and these disorders tend to be described as emotional disorders. The construct of emotional disorders tend to be supported by the overlapping genes, neurobiology, and symptoms. Emotional disorders are very different from the other psychological disorders, such as personality disorder or neurodevelopmental disorders. And we saw that there are different psychotherapies that are focused specifically on transdiagnostic or transtheoretical aspects of these disorders. I know that these concepts may be new to you, and I know that this could also raise some questions. But don't worry, in the future I will produce different videos focused on these issues, and I will try to go deeper on the explanation on these disorders, okay? Don't worry, in the future we have lots of time to study this, okay? Well, it's all for today. Don't forget to see the video description regarding today's theme in order to see the manuals and the books that I recommend to you. Also, if you like what I'm doing here, please consider to subscribe and hit the bell for notifications. You can use the comment section below to express your thoughts and to express your mind. Let me know what you think about all of this. Welcome to Mind Brain Talks, and I hope to see you in the next video. Bye! Hello everyone, welcome to Mind Brain Talks, the place where you find diverse and scientifically accurate information regarding psychology, neuropsychology, neurosciences and research methods every single week. My name is Bruno Faustino, I am a licensed clinical psychologist and neuropsychologist who's been working as a therapist, researcher and educator for the past few years. Here, in Mind Brain Talks, I discuss and describe different topics from psychology to neurosciences, and I try to explain them the best as I can for you to learn something more about it. All contents here are just for educational purposes and it's not intended to diagnose any psychiatric condition or neurological disorder. So, without further delay, let's jump for today's content. So, today let's talk about psychological flexibility and mental health. We will take a brief look on this construct and we will see how this construct will be related to other psychological constructs such as executive functions or personality. But first, let's see the manuals that I recommend to you today. The first is the Assessment and Commitment Therapy from Steve Hayes. The second is Psychological Flexibility, also from Steve Hayes. And the third is Contextual Behavioral Science, where you can find different chapters related to psychological flexibility. So now let's see what is psychological flexibility. Psychological flexibility may be viewed as a fundamental aspect in mental health, because it can be viewed as a skill which allows individuals to distance themselves from internal distressful experience, and another process that is related to this is decentering, cognitive distancing or diffusing. And psychological flexibility is associated with emotion regulation strategies. So, psychological flexibility refers to several dynamic processes that unfold over time. It allows individuals to adapt to fluctuating situational demands and allows individuals to reconfigure mental resources, allows them to shift perspective from one point of view to other point of view, and it enables individuals to balance competing desires, needs and life domains related to specific contextual demands. So this skill allows individuals to balance competing desires and needs and select these desires and these needs according to specific situational demands. However, psychological flexibility also suffers from a problem that other psychological constructs may suffer, which is there are different names that tries to identify the same construct, and one outcome of this problem is that research may be fragmented. Because ego resiliency may also overlap with psychological flexibility, executive control, response modulation, or even self-regulation. These four constructs may also have some overlapping domain with psychological flexibility. And psychological inflexibility, which is the opposite of the flexibility, may be related to anxiety, depression, poor work performance, inability or difficulties in learning, substance abuse, lower quality in life, alexithymia, more anxiety sensitivity, long-term disability or even worry. So there is a type of psychotherapy that has a specific model focused on psychological flexibility, and this therapy is called Acceptance and Commitment Therapy, which is a third generation CBT. So this model stresses that psychological flexibility depends on 6 processes that are connected with each other. So the first is diffusion, the second acceptance, the third contact with the present moment, the fourth values, the fifth committed action, and the sixth self as context. Don't worry, in the future I will produce different videos focused specifically on the acceptance and commitment therapy. Here it's just important to see that this model, developed by Hayes and colleagues, focused specifically on promoting psychological flexibility, which may be viewed as an outcome of these interconnected 6 processes. Also, you can see that the connectiveness of these processes enables mindfulness and acceptance processes, which allows individuals to distance themselves from distressful thoughts and emotions, and allows them to accept that internal experience, and allows to take contact with the present moment that enables the emotional processing. Also, when we look to contact with the present moment, we can see that there is a shift focused on commitment and behavior change processes, which allows individuals to connect to their present moment and allows them to enable and discover different lifelong values, which allows them to commit to that action, and this committed action allows them to be more flexible to adapt to life demands. Also, you can see that when we are able to apply this notion of flexibility to ourselves, we can look to ourselves as a product or as an emergent self within a specific context. In the future, I'll take a deep look on the acceptance and commit therapy principles. So this is just for the basis. Psychological flexibility is the target, it's a specific target of this third generation CBT therapy, which is the acceptance and commitment therapy. However, I've produced some new articles this year focused specifically on how psychological inflexibility may impact or may relate to different constructs. I've used cognitive fusion as a measure of psychological inflexibility, which means that individuals are fused with their internal experience and they cannot distance themselves from distressful thoughts, emotions and behaviors. So this may be viewed as a form of inflexibility because individuals are always experiencing the same things because they can't distance themselves, they can't diffuse themselves from their thoughts, their emotions and their behaviors. So what I found is that cognitive fusion mediates the relationships between early maladaptive schemas and symptomatology. Also, I found that metacognitive abilities or metacognitive skills are negatively associated with cognitive fusion because if individuals are fused with their contents, they cannot distance themselves within the 4 or 5 metacognitive factors that research shows that is present in the human mind. So another research showed that there is a transdiagnostic value of the relationship between inflexibility and emotion regulation. However, there are different levels of association. In the future, I'll take a deep look on this, okay? So this is just for you to understand how psychological inflexibility may relate to other different constructs. However, let's look now how psychological inflexibility may relate to other different constructs. So we can look to personalities such as neuroticism, openness to experience and self-control. Individuals who are more flexible tend to have lower levels of neuroticism and higher levels of openness to experience and self-control. Also, individuals who are psychologically flexible may have better working memory, they are more able to change within different cognitive categories, and also they can change more easily their attentional control to different stimuli. Finally, psychological flexibility may also be related to states of mind, because when we are locked in all the same mindsets, on all the same states of mind, we cannot produce novelty and open to ourselves to new experiences and to new thoughts, new feelings, new goals and new needs. So psychological flexibility depends also from states of mind, because different states of mind may have different impacts on how individuals open themselves to experience and are more able to produce new thoughts, new feelings and new behaviors. So now let's just summarize the contents of today. So we look to psychological flexibility, which may be viewed as a core aspect in mental health. So psychological flexibility may also be related to different psychological disorders. We saw that acceptance and commitment therapy, which is a third generation CBT, has a specific model to work on psychological flexibility. And finally, we saw that there are new research in psychological inflexibility at the moment, and we look basically to 3 articles focused on different aspects of psychological inflexibility. However, there are lots of manuscripts that also have new evidences about psychological flexibility and their relationship with other constructs. Well, it's all for today. Don't forget to see the video description regarding today's theme, to look to the manuals and the books that I recommend to you. Also, if you like what I'm doing here, please consider to subscribe and hit the bell for notification. You may use the comment section below to express your thoughts and to express your mind. Welcome to Mind Brain Talks, and I hope to see you in the next video. Bye!
Hello everyone, welcome to Mind Brain Talks, the place where you find diverse and scientifically accurate information regarding psychology, neuropsychology, neurosciences and research methods every single week. My name is Bruno Faustino. I am a licensed clinical psychologist and neuropsychologist who's been working as a therapist, researcher and educator for the past few years. Here, in Mind Brain Talks, I discuss and describe different topics from psychology to neurosciences, and I try to explain them the best as I can for you to understand and for you to learn more about it. All contents here are just for educational purposes, and it's not intended to diagnose any psychiatric condition or neurological disorder. So, without further delay, let's jump for today's content. So, today's video is focused on neurodevelopmental and neurocognitive disorders according to the DSM-5. So, if you're curious about how the DSM-5 rearranged these two categories, this is a video right for you. This is just a brief descriptive video, therefore I will not detail specific criteria for each disorder, okay? But in the future I will make some different videos where I will look specific to diagnostic criteria of each disorder, okay? So now let's see how the DSM-5 rearranged these two clusters of neurodevelopmental and neurocognitive disorders. According to the DSM-5, neurodevelopmental disorders are a group of conditions with onset in the developmental period. The disorders typically manifest early in development, often before the child enters the grade school, and are characterized by developmental deficits that produce impairments on personal, social, academic or occupational functioning. The range of developmental deficits varies from very specific limitations of learning or control of executive functions to global impairments of social skills or intelligence. So, the first category is intellectual disabilities, which encompass intellectual disability, global developmental delay, and unspecified intellectual disability. We have communication disorders, language disorder, speech sound disorder, childhood onset fluency disorder, social communication disorder, and unspecified communication disorder. Another category is autism spectrum disorder, which is a new category. In the DSM-5, the category of Asperger disorder was mixed with autism disorder, and then this category was developed, which is the autism spectrum disorders. And individuals may be diagnosed from mild to severe autism spectrum disorder. But I will describe this in the future videos, okay? So another category is attention deficit and hyperactivity disorders, which encompass attention deficit and hyperactivity disorder, which is the most common, other specified attention deficit and hyperactivity disorder, and unspecified attention deficit and hyperactivity disorder. Here we may also specify that there is a predomination in attention deficit or in hyperactivity, but we will see this in the future. So another two categories are specific learning disorder and motor disorders. And in specific learning disorders we have language disorder, mathematics, and in motor disorders we have developmental coordination disorder and stereotypic movement disorder. We also have tic disorders, which encompass Tourette's disorder, persistent motor or vocal tic disorder, provisional tic disorder, other specific tic disorder, and unspecified tic disorder. We also have other developmental disorders, which are other specified neurodevelopmental disorder and unspecified neurodevelopmental disorder. In many diagnostic criteria, here in the DSM-5, you may specify the intensity or the severity of each disorder. So, typically we can describe each disorder from mild, moderate, severe or profound. But in the future, we will take a deep look on these specific criteria, okay? So now let's see the neurocognitive disorders according to DSM-5. So, according to DSM-5, neurocognitive disorders, previously known as dementia, begin with delirium, followed by the syndromes of major neurocognitive disorders and mild cognitive disorders. The neurocognitive disorders that were previously referred as dementia
Here in DSM-5 begin with delirium, followed by other syndromes. The neurocognitive category encompasses the group of disorders in which the primary clinical deficit is in cognitive function and that are acquired rather than developmental, so individuals acquire this type of disorders. Although cognitive deficits are present in many, if not all, mental disorders, however, only disorders whose core features are cognitive are included in the neurocognitive category. So, the neurocognitive disorders are those in which impaired cognition has not been present since birth or very early life, and thus represents a decline from a previously attained level of functioning. So, individuals acquire this type of disorders and then they start to have impairments in global functioning. The first is delirium, which may be substance intoxication or withdrawal delirium, medication-induced delirium, delirium due to another medical condition, delirium due to multiple etiologies, other specified delirium, and unspecified delirium. So, now let's look to the major and the mild neurocognitive disorders. The first is Alzheimer's disease, frontotemporal disease, Lewy body disease, vascular disease, traumatic brain injury, substance or medication use, AIDS infection, prion disease, Parkinson's disease, Huntington disease, another medical condition, and multiple etiologies or unspecified disease. Well, it's all for today. Don't forget to see the video description regarding today's theme to see the manual that I recommend to you. Also, if you like what I'm doing here, please consider to subscribe and hit the bell for notifications. Welcome to Mind Brain Talks, and I hope to see you in the next video. Bye!
Hello everyone, welcome to Mind Brain Talks, the place where you find diverse and scientifically accurate information regarding psychology, neuropsychology, neurosciences and research methods every single week. My name is Bruno Faustino. I am a licensed clinical psychologist and neuropsychologist who's been working as a therapist, researcher and educator for the past few years. Here, I discuss and describe lots of topics, themes and concepts from psychology and neurosciences for you to understand it and for you to learn something about it. All contents here are just for educational purposes and it's not intended to diagnose any psychiatric condition or neurological disorder. So, without further delay, let's jump for today's content. So, today I will show to you how to perform Pearson correlation in SPSS. As you know, Pearson correlations are a very used statistical analysis, statistical method or statistical test to explore associations between variables in psychology. Therefore, I think that will be very useful to you to see how you can do it in a simpler way in SPSS. I've used these 4 manuals to prepare myself to do this video, and I think that these manuals are very useful to study statistics, applied statistics to psychology, biostatistics, and to understand how to perform statistical tests in SPSS. So, if you want to check these books, please see the video description below. Before we jump to SPSS environment, I will give you some general notions about correlations to help you build meaning about what is a correlation. So, a correlation is a statistical test that measures the degree of a linear association between 2 variables. Typically, a correlation coefficient is expressed in R when we talk about Pearson correlations, or S when we talk about Spearman correlations. Typically, it lies between less 1 and plus 1. Okay? Forward, we will see how this can help us to understand the degree of association of two variables. And typically, when we talk about a correlation, we talk about a Pearson, a Spearman, Kendall, or biserial correlation. One thing that is very important is that correlation do not imply causation, because if two variables are associated, does not mean that one variable is the cause of the other. So it's very important that you keep this notion in mind when you perform statistical tests, when you perform correlational analysis in your data and in your study. So, correlations typically fall between less 1 and plus 1, and correlations that are between 0.1 and 0.3 are described as small correlations or weak correlations. When correlations fall between 0.3 and 0.5, typically they are described as medium or moderate correlation. And finally, when correlations are higher than 0.5, typically we call this a large or strong correlation. Correlations are based on the parametric assumptions, which are very important to establish which kind of statistical tests that we must perform. However, I will talk about this in the future. Here I will talk about just some assumptions that we need to have in mind to perform a statistical analysis, or to perform, in this case, a correlational analysis. So, the two variables must be continuous. All variables must have cases and values in both variables. Okay, so it is assumption there must be a linear correlation between variables. We expect that these cases must be independent. Okay, we hope that the variables are not associated by any other means. Both variables must have a normal distribution, and the variables must be collected from a random sample from population, and we expect that are not any outliers in both variables. So now I'll show to you how to apply this knowledge to an hypothetical research problem or research paradigm. Please look to this problem as an hypothetical one, okay? This is not a true problem, this is not true data. I've made this up just to give you some illustration about how to apply, how to perform correlational analysis in some random data, okay? Please, this is not real data, this is not real persons, okay? So, let's go. Emotion regulation, it's a mental ability that allows humans to regulate and modulate emotions. Difficulties in emotion regulation may have some impacts on mental health and symptomatology. Emotion difficulties are positively correlated with symptomatology. Okay? I think it's fair to infer this operant condition to be tested as an hypothesis. Okay? So, our null hypothesis is when we have no association between emotional difficulties and symptomatology, and our age 1, it's when we find some association between these variables. As I said, as we find association between emotional difficulties and symptomatology. Of course, what we are expecting here is to reject the null hypothesis, which is the rejection of an absence of an effect. So now let's jump to SPSS. So here we are in the SPSS environment. And I want you to look to this column here, emotion difficulties and symptomatology, okay? Just these two columns here. So, how can we perform a correlational analysis here in this problem? We go right here to analyze, then we look to this word here, correlate, and then we select bivariate. Okay, I've selected already the two variables, but I will show you how you can perform this. You just click in this button here, and this arrow points to the right, and you just select emotional difficulties and symptomatology. Then we have here select the Pearson, because we are performing the Pearson correlation, okay? And we go here to options. We just want the correlation coefficients, so we will not click here in means and standard deviations, neither in cross product deviations, okay? So we can press continue. Okay, here we can also standardize and customize some things right here, but also we will not perform this today. So it's very simple. I think we can move forward. Have our selected options, and now let's go. Okay. So, and you will have here this table here. And what you can see is that emotion difficulties are strongly correlated with symptomatology. Okay, you can see correlation is significant to 0.01 level, two-tailed. Okay, as you can see here, this value shows our p-value, which means this p-value is below 0.01, which means that our correlation is statistically significant. Therefore, we can imply that emotion difficulties are correlated with symptomatology. Okay, and that's just it. It's all for today. Don't forget to see the video's description regarding today's theme, to see the manuals that I spoke to you in the beginning of this video. And also, if you like to leave a comment or a suggestion, please say something in the comment sections below. And also, if you find useful what you saw here, please consider to subscribe and hit the bell for notifications. Welcome to Mind Brain Talks, and I hope to see you in the next video. Bye! Hello everyone, welcome to Mind Brain Talks, a place where you'll find diverse and scientifically accurate information regarding psychology, neuropsychology, neurosciences and research methods every single week. My name is Bruno Faustino. I am a licensed clinical psychologist and neuropsychologist who's been working as a therapist, researcher and educator for the past few years. Here, I discuss and describe diverse topics, research findings and data regarding psychology and neurosciences, the best as I can for you to understand and for you to learn something about it. All videos here are just for educational purposes and it's not intended for any consideration about a diagnostic criteria or neurological disorder. Without further delay, let's jump for today's content. So today I will show to you how to do the chi-square test in SPSS. This video it will be framed on the tutorial section of the channel. I've used these 4 manuals to prepare myself to develop this video, and I think these 4 manuals are very good in explaining how we can use statistics and how we can apply statistics to every kind of psychological problem, and how we can perform these tests in SPSS. So if you like what you're seeing here, please check the video description, and you will find there these 4 manuals. So now let's look to the chi-square test. The chi-square test is a statistical test to measure whether there is an association between variables, but these variables must be related or independent. So another issue with this test is that the variables must be categorical. So they can't be nominal, they can't be continuous, they must be categorical, okay? And of course, this is a non-parametric test. We do not need normal distribution as an assumption to perform a chi-square test. So, similar to correlations, we do not provide, this test do not provide any inferences about causation. However, there are some assumptions regarding chi-square test. The variables must be categorical. It will be needed 2 or more levels for each variable. For instance, if we have a sex variable or a gender variable, we may have two levels, such as male or female. And we expect that variables must be independent observations. We expect that there aren't any relationship between the subjects, and the variables are not paired. Also, we expect a large sample size, at least 1 frequency for each cell, and at least 5 for the majority, 80% of the cells. So now let's go to another hypothetical problem, a hypothetical research problem, and this problem is a made-up problem, made for me, just for educational purposes, and this problem is just to illustrate how we can apply the chi-square in SPSS. So, women tend to report higher levels of symptomatology than men. However, this association needs to be explored. It's just a made-up problem. So, gender is associated differentially with symptomatology. So, we have 2 levels from each variable: gender, male, female, and symptomatology, strong, weak. Okay? Our null hypothesis is just that we don't have any association, and our H1 hypothesis is that we find some association between variables. Let's go to the SPSS to see how to perform this analysis. So, we are here in our SPSS environment, and now we will look to our variables. Let's perform now the chi-square test. So, we go to Analyze, Descriptive Statistics, Cross Tabs, then we click here, then we have our variable, which is gender, and the other variable, which is symptoms. Okay. Now let's look to our menus here. Okay, we will leave this right there. Okay, we will select chi-square. Okay, this is very important. It's here. We select the statistical test. Cells, we go here. We also have a standard option, which is observed, but we will select also expected. Okay, ascending, it's standardized. Okay, so let's go. What we have here. So here we will see our p-value, which is below 0.01 or 0.05, okay, which means that our chi-square is statistically significant. Okay, here we have the values. Okay, But here we have our statistical significance. Therefore, we may think that there is an association between the gender, male and female, with symptomatology. Right there. Okay? And that's it. Okay, it's all for today. Don't forget to see the video's description regarding today's theme, to see the manuals that I spoke to you in the beginning of this video. And also, if you like to leave a comment or a suggestion, please say something in the comment sections below. And also, if you find useful what you saw here, please consider to subscribe and hit the bell for notifications. Welcome to Mind Brain Talks, and I hope to see you in the next video. Bye! Hello everyone, welcome to Mind Brain Talks, the place where you find diverse and scientifically accurate information regarding psychology, psychotherapy, neuropsychology, neurosciences and research methods every single week. My name is Bruno Faustino. I am a licensed clinical psychologist and neuropsychologist who's been working as a therapist, researcher and educator for the past few years. Here, I discuss and describe lots of topics, concepts and theories from psychology to neurosciences, the best as I can for you to understand and for you to learn something about it. So, in this video, I will start to show you how to perform an one sample t-test. So, without further delay, let's jump for today's content. I used these 4 manuals to develop today's video, and if you want to check them, please see the video's description below, where you can find the link to each specific domain, okay? So, let's go. So, one sample t-test, it's a statistical test that is used to explore if a sample mean is statistically different from a known or an hypothesized population mean. Typically, it's a sample mean that it's used, that it's tested against a test value, and this test value is an hypothesized value of a mean in the population. This test is considered a parametric test because it has lots of assumptions. And also, one specific thing about this test is that it's not indicated for more than one group, okay? If you want to perform a comparison of a mean value to an hypothesized value, you use a D-sample test, but to utilize this, you must use only one group, okay? So let's see the assumptions. The test variable must be continuous. It must be an independence of observations. The sample must be collected from random pairing. It is assumed a normal distribution. Also, the homogeneity of the variances is only necessary, and we also have the assumption that can't be outliers in the distribution. So let's go to our hypothetical research problem. Symptomatology tend to be higher in clinical samples than in non-clinical samples. However, this assumption must be explored. Symptomatology, when we talk about symptomatology, we talk about the mean response in a given questionnaire. So we are talking here is that symptomatology is higher in clinical sample than in normal population. Our null hypothesis is the absence of effect, so no difference, and the age one is difference between means. Okay. So now let's jump to the SPSS environment. So now we are here in the SPSS, and we have here our variable symptomatology, and we will test if symptomatology is different from normal population, an hypothesized value of normal population, or not. Okay? So how can we perform this test? We go to here to analyze, compare means, and and is here one sample t-test. We click on them. Oh, I've already had selected symptomatology here, okay, but you can just drag it along right here. Okay, so I am using this value. This is an arbitrary value, okay, just to test, and we go to options. We have our confidence interval, 95%. Exclude cases analysis by analysis. We can continue. Okay, let's do it. So our output shows that, oh, okay, we look here, okay, the significance level gives us 0.000, which means that we must reject our null hypothesis. So I think that we have a statistical effect when we compare the means of our sample to the hypothesized value of 1.7, that it's a statistical inferences for population. So here we have the t-test, which is less than 17, okay? But here, this is the F, it's the degrees of freedom of our statistical test, but here is the significance of the test. So here we have a significant result, which means that we can now look, first we can look here to our hypothesis. So we can look that symptomatology is higher in clinical sample than in normal population. So there is a significant difference between the means in our sample and that hypothesized value of 1.7, that it's an hypothetical value for a normal population. So we reject the null hypothesis and we accept the age 1 hypothesis. Okay? So I hope that you enjoyed the contents of today, and don't forget to see the video description regarding today's theme to look to the references that I think that are very useful to understand these concepts. Also, if you like what I'm doing here, please consider to subscribe and hit the bell button for notifications. If you want to say something about these topics, please use the comment section below to express your mind. Welcome to the Mind Brain Talks, and I hope to see you in the next video. Bye! Hello everyone! Welcome to Mind Brain Talks, the place where you find diverse and scientifically accurate information regarding psychology, neuropsychology, psychotherapy, neurosciences and research methods every single week. My name is Bruno Faustino. I am a licensed clinical psychologist and neuropsychologist who's been working as a therapist, researcher and educator for the past few years. In Mind Brain Talks, I discuss and describe a lot of topics, research findings and research methods, and I try to explain to you the best as I can for you to understand and for you to learn something about it. All videos here are not intended to diagnose any psychiatric condition or neurological disorder. So, without further delay, let's jump for today's content. I used these 4 manuals to develop today's video, and if you want to check them, please see the video description below, where you can find the link to each specific domain, okay? So, let's go. Today's content, it will be related to tutorial section, because today I will talk about how to perform paired samples t-test. So stay tuned. So let's see what is a paired sample t-test. A paired sample t-test is a statistical test that is used to explore if means of two conditions from the same object or subject, such as pre-test or post-test scores, are statistically different. It's a measurement of the same observations over different periods of time, such as paired observations. Do you know, a paired sample t-test, it's a parametric test and explores the statistical difference between two time points, two conditions, two measurements, or a matched pair. Now let's look to the parametric assumptions that we must have in mind when we want to perform paired sample t-test. So, the dependent variable must be continuous. There must be dependence of observations, the same group, same subject, same individual, okay? We must have a random sample of data from population. We expect that our data has normal distribution. We expect also homogeneity of variances, and we expect to have no outliers. So now I'll show to you how to apply this knowledge to an hypothetical research problem or research paradigm. Please look to this problem as an hypothetical one, okay? This is not a true problem, this is not true data. I've made this up just to give you some illustration, and I'll show to you how to perform or how to run a paired sample t-test in some random data, okay? Please, this is not real data, this is not real persons, okay? So, let's go. Let's look now for our hypothetical research problem. So, psychotherapy helps to improve emotion regulation skills. However, this assumption must be explored. So, we can transform this research question into an operant condition, such as emotion skills increase after psychotherapy. So, our new hypothesis is there is no difference between a pre-test and a post-test condition, okay? And age 1, it's our age 1 hypothesis means that we have a difference between these means. So, as in the other research problems, here we want to reject the null hypothesis, because the null hypothesis means that there is no difference between the pre and the post-test condition. So, if this is true, it means that the psychotherapy does not improve or does not increase the emotion regulation skills. So now let's jump to the SPSS. So now we are here in the SPSS environment, and I'll show to you how to perform or how to run a paired sample t-test. So, if you look here, we have our two variables, emotion regulation before a psychotherapy process and emotion regulation after the psychotherapy process. So, how can we perform one sample t-test? We go here to analyze, okay? Then we go here, compare means, and we just choose here paired sample t-test, okay? We click here, and then this box will show. On the left we have our variables, and we will choose the variables that we want to compare. So it's emotion regulation pre, go here, and emotion regulation post.
will go to here, okay? We look to options, we just leave the standardized values that the SPSS gave us, 95%, and to exclude cases, analysis by analysis, okay? So also, it's pretty simple to perform this test. Then, just click OK. So what we have here these tables, okay? In this table we have the mean from the first variable, the n, and the standard deviation. Then we have the other mean for the second group, okay? The second mean, the second observation. This is 3.5 and 4.1. So here we have a paired sample correlation, which means that there is a significant correlation between this pair, okay? It's a correlation at 0.61, and as you may see, the significant value is below 0.01 or 0.05, which means that this correlation is significant. And here we go to the third table that shows us if there is a statistical significant difference between the first mean to the first mean. So here we have the difference, okay, and the standard deviation. Here we have the confidence intervals that we have for our difference. Here we have the value of the t-test. Here we have the degrees of freedom. And then finally, here we have our significance for our paired sample t-test. And as you may see, this value is below 0.01 or 0.05, which means that the difference between the first mean and the second mean is significant. Therefore, we may imply that the psychotherapy may increase or may boost or may develop neuroregulation skills which may be object or may be identified by paired sample t-test. Okay? So, again, here we have your difference between means, the standard deviation. This is the standard error, okay? So here we have the lower confidence interval and upper confidence interval, the two margins, okay? Then we have here the t-test, the value of t-test. Here you have the degrees of freedom, and here you have the significant value, which means that the difference between the first mean and the second mean is significant. So I hope that you enjoyed the contents of today, and don't forget to see the video's description regarding today's theme to look to the references that I think that are very useful to understand these concepts. Also, if you like what I'm doing here, please consider to subscribe and hit the bell button for notifications. Also, if you want to say something about these topics, please use the comment section below to express your mind. Welcome to the Mind Brain Talks, and I hope to see you in the next video. Bye! Hello everyone, welcome to Mind Brain Talks, the place where you find diverse and scientifically accurate information regarding psychology, psychotherapy, neuropsychology and neurosciences every single week. My name is Bruno Faustino. I am a licensed clinical psychologist and neuropsychologist who's been working as a therapist, researcher and educator for the past few years. Here, I discuss and describe lots of topics, research findings and methods regarding psychology and neuroscience for you to understand it and for you to learn something about it. All videos here are just for educational purposes and it's not intended to diagnose any psychiatric condition or neurological disorder. So, without further delay, let's jump for today's content. I've used these 4 manuals to prepare myself to develop this video, and I think these 4 manuals are very good in explaining how we can use statistics and how we can apply statistics to every kind of psychological problem, and how we can perform these tests in SPSS. So if you like what you're seeing here, please check the video description and you will find there these 4 manuals. So today I will show to you how to perform the independent sample t-test. I will show to you how to do it in the SPSS, but first, and as usually, I will show to you some notions, some assumptions that we must have before performing this test. So let's go! The independent sample t-test is a statistical test that is used to explore if the means of 2 independent groups, such as different means of 2 group scores, are statistically different. Normally, it's a measurement of the same observation on the different time or in the same time, okay? Which means that these groups must be different. So, it is a parametric test. And really what we want to know if there is a statistical difference between 2 points, 2 conditions, 2 measurements, or a matched pair which is not the same observations, okay? What we want to know is the difference between 2 means which belongs to different conditions, and these conditions are not in the same sample, okay? That's why the test is called independent sample t-test. So now let's see the independent sample t-test parametric assumptions. So dependent variable must be continuous and independent variable must be categorical, such as group 1 or group 2. We must have a random sample from a population, okay? We expect to have normal distribution. Also we expect to have homogeneity of the variances, and as usually we expect to have no outliers in our sample. Now let's look to our hypothetical research problem, okay? Individuals in clinical groups tend to manifest lower skills than individuals in non-clinical groups in emotion regulation. However, this assumption must be explored. So, we can develop an operant condition such as individuals in clinical group has lower means in emotion regulation than individuals in non-clinical group. Our null hypothesis is as usually no difference between these 2 means, and our H1 hypothesis is to have a difference between these means, and our p-value normally it will be 0.05. So now let's go to SPSS. So now we are here in our SPSS environment, and then we have our variables right here. So here we have emotion regulation, and here we have our sample. So this is the second sample, okay? And here you can find the number 1 sample. So here this variable is divided in sample 1 and sample 2, okay? So this is the variable that it will be defined as categorical in the independent sample t-test. So now let's see how to perform this analysis. We just go here to analyze, compare means, okay, and we have right there independent sample t-test. We select here, okay, we have here this grouping variable and this test variable. We will choose the variable emotion regulation, okay, and we will choose here in the grouping variable sample. Now we must define groups, okay, we press here, and then as you saw our variable is defined in group 1 and group 2, so we can just group 1 and group 2. We will not use a cut point, okay? options. It's the same as the paired sample t-test. We'll use the 95 confidence intervals and we will exclude cases analysis by analysis. Okay? We will not perform bootstrap in this analysis. So, okay, let's go. Let's see. So, the independent sample t-test gives us these two tables, okay? Here we have our sample size, okay? 231 for non-clinical sample and 66 to our clinical sample. As you can see, here are means, standard deviation and standard error. So let's go to the second table. The second table, you can see that there is the variable here, emotion regulation. Here we have the Levine test for equality of variances. Okay, we have test here, the significance here. Okay, and then we move to independent sample t-test, which is this value right there and the degrees of freedom right there. And then we have our p-value here, that is, in this case, it's higher than 0.05. So, as you can see, our means are not statistically different. So, in this problem, we cannot reject the null hypothesis, because the null hypothesis is the absence of meaning, the absence of effect between our mean groups, okay? Between the mean of these two groups, as we may see, our p-value is not significant. Therefore, there aren't differences between emotion regulation in these two samples. Okay? So, this is a different problem, and therefore we cannot reject the null hypothesis. So, I will show you here the other two values. Here we have the t-test for equality of means, okay, and the confidence intervals. However, what is important here is these values. This is the statistical test for t-test, and this is the p-value, which is higher than 0.05, which means that our hypothesis it's not confirmed. Therefore, we must accept the null hypothesis because there is an absence of effect. Okay, and that's it. So, I hope that you enjoyed the contents of today, and don't forget to see the video's description regarding today's theme to look to the references that I think that are very useful to understand these concepts. Also, if you like what I'm doing here, please consider to subscribe and hit the bell button for notifications. Also, if you want to say something about these topics, please use the comment section below to express your mind. Welcome to the Mind Brain Talks, and I hope to see you in the next video. Bye! Hello everyone, welcome to Mind Brain Talks, the place where you find diverse and scientifically accurate information regarding psychology, psychotherapy, neuropsychology and neurosciences every single week. My name is Bruno Faustino. I am a licensed clinical psychologist and neuropsychologist who's been working as a therapist, researcher and educator for the past few years. Here, I discuss and describe lots of topics, research findings and methods regarding psychology and neuroscience for you to understand it and for you to learn something about it. All videos here are just for educational purposes and it's not intended to diagnose any psychiatric condition or neurological disorder. So, without further delay, let's jump for today's content. So, today
I will talk about a statistical test called one-way ANOVA, okay? And I'll show to you how to perform it in the SPSS, but first I'll give you some notions about the ANOVA, and I'll give you some information for you to understand how this test works and how you may utilize it in your statistical problems, okay? Let's go! I've used these 4 manuals to prepare myself to develop this video, and I think these 4 manuals are very good in explaining how we can use statistics and how we can apply statistics to every kind of psychological problem, and how we can perform these tests in SPSS. So if you like what you're seeing here, please check the video description and you will find there these 4 manuals. One-way ANOVA, called the analysis of the variance, compares the two means of 2 or more independent groups and tries to explore the statistical differences between these means. The difference between the one sample t-test is that here we can compare more than 2 groups, okay? Also, it's a parametric test. And one-way ANOVA allows to contrast in the post-hoc comparisons to see which specific pairs of means are significantly different within different samples or groups, okay? We can test more than 2 groups, and then we can compare specifically which differences are between each means of different groups. We can pair specific groups to see if there is statistical differences between means, okay? So, if we have 3 groups, for instance, we can compare these 3 groups, okay? So now, let's look to the parametric assumptions of one-way ANOVA. The dependent variable must be continuous and independent variable must be categorical. We need a random sample from data population, and we need a normal distribution. Also, we expect to have homogeneity of the variances, and we expect not to have outliers in our sample. Now let's look to our hypothetical research problem. So, let's see. Individuals in clinical groups and waiting lists tend to show higher symptomatology than individuals in non-clinical groups. However, this assumption must be explored. Now we can infer some operant condition, such as individuals in clinical sample and waiting list show higher psychological symptoms than individuals in non-clinical sample. Our age 0, our null hypothesis, is that there is any difference between these means, and our age 1 hypothesis is that we should find a difference between these 3 groups, a difference between the means in these 3 groups. Okay, so now let's go to SPSS. So now we are here in the SPSS environment, and as you can see, we have our sample, okay, our variable related to the sample. We have sample 2, sample 1, okay, and sample 3, okay. So now, and we have here the other variable regarding our hypothesis, which is symptomatology, okay. And then I'll show to you how to perform a one-way ANOVA, okay. So we just go here, analyze, compare means, then we move to one-way ANOVA, okay, right there. Select and select ANOVA and shows this table. Now we will select symptomatology and our sample. So as you can see, we have this menu regarding contrasts, but we will not choose nothing, okay? But we will choose here the bufferonic corrections to see the post-hoc comparison, okay? As I said before, this comparison allows us to understand the differences, the specific differences between the 3 means of the 3 different groups, okay?
So, okay. Here we will not choose nothing, okay, because this video it's only about ANOVA, okay, and let's just press OK. So we have these two tables. As you can see, the comparison between groups, okay. Here we have the sum of squares, degrees of freedom, the mean squares, the F, the value for ANOVA, and our significance, okay? As you can see, our p-value is below 0.5, therefore there is a significant difference between the three means of these groups. And now we can see here the multiple comparisons. As you can see, we have the non-clinical compared to the clinical sample and the waiting list. As you can see, they are all significant differences. Here we have the clinical sample comparing the mean with the non-clinical sample and the waiting list. As you can see, the difference between the clinical sample and non-clinical sample is different, okay, statistically different, but from the clinical sample from waiting list there is not a significant difference between these two means. As you can see, the p-value is higher than 0.05, okay? And here we can see that the waiting list mean it's different between the non-clinical, okay, because it's below 0.05, but, and it's the same result here and here, it's not significant for the clinical group. So this means that the individuals in the waiting list and in clinical sample do not have different values on symptomatology, okay? But when compared to the non-clinical sample, as you can see, there is a significant difference between these two means, which means that individuals in a non-clinical sample have a value in symptomatology, and individuals on the waiting list and on clinical samples do not have a difference between these two means, okay? So I hope that you enjoyed the contents of today, and don't forget to see the video's description regarding today's theme to look to the references that I think that are very useful to understand these concepts. Also, if you like what I'm doing here, please consider to subscribe and hit the bell button for notifications. If you want to say something about these topics, please use the comment section below to express your mind. Welcome to the Mind Brain Talks, and I hope to see you in the next video. Bye!